El Tecnológico de Monterrey le da la más cordial.
Tecnológico de Monterrey cordially welcomes you. We want you to please pay attention to this information. You are at a venue with the most stringent security measures. In case of an emergency, please stay calm in case of an emergency and go to the meeting points, which are correctly identified. If you need medical care, we kindly ask you to please say so to our staff so that the medical crew members can come to you. We kindly ask you to please mute your cell phone during this event. Tecnológico de Monterrey, thanks you for your attention. Well, since we have very timely, punctual people, we're going to start on time because we have all our virtual attendees. We have an intense morning. We will try to end at 2 p.m. so that you can do some visiting or rest. We will first have the World Forum. We have the director of the secretary, the global Anja, Mr. Anja, and his team is doing the regional activities, and the Jalija works in the telecommunications union as in public policies. They will tell us what is happening internationally, and then we will have another part to speak about the regional perspectives from Saudi Arabia, Middle East, the Caribbean, Asia, Latin America, and the United Kingdom. Without further ado, hola.
Of you in the screen very well. Welcome to the 17th edition of the South School on Internet Governance. Here it's early morning in Mexico. I think it's the afternoon for you in Geneva. And welcome. We have all the fellows here on site and online, and we have also Adrián Carballo and Oscar Mesano, who sends regards to you, and we hope to see you soon in Norway. Okay, thank you very much for being with us this morning. We have divided this panel in two parts, with you first having an international perspective, and then we will have perspective from different regions. So let me introduce to our audience you, Mr. Chengetai Masango. He's the head of the Secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum. Hello, Chengetai. We have Mrs. Anja Gengo. She is, let me read exactly her role, National and Regional IGF Initiative Focal Point at the United Nations. Welcome, Anja. And we have Ms. Gitanjali Shah. She's Strategy and Policy Coordinator in the International Telecommunications Union. They usually are based in Geneva, but they travel all over the world, and we will meet them for the next IGF in Oslo, in Norway, in June, which is kind of an unusual time of the year for the Internet Governance Forum, which usually happens at the second part of the year. Last year was in December in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, but for different reasons that they will explain, the IGF will happen early this year. So we'll give the floor first to Chengetai. Chengetai, welcome. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Olga. And thank you for inviting me to speak. And hello to the fellows as well. We're very excited that you're able to join us, and we look forward to your contributions at the IGF meeting. Let me try and share my screen just for the slides, if you can see them. Are you able to see the slides?
Yes, perfectly. Yep.
Great. As Olga mentioned, this year is a very special year for many reasons. The first reason, the most important reason, is that it is the 20th anniversary of the IGF. The IGF started in 2006, and it is based off the 2005 WSIS outcome, and it's one of the two major prongs of the WSIS outcomes. Gitangela will speak on the WSIS action lines and the WSIS forum, and I'll speak on the IGF. I assume you know all about the IGF, so I will not be going into the details and the history of the IGF. I'll just be concentrating on the Norway IGF. And this year as well, since it is the 20th anniversary, we also have a 20th anniversary MAG, multi-stakeholder advisory group, that is planning the meeting as well. So these are basically made up of the best of the MAG members that we've had in our 20-year history. So this is going to be a very special IGF meeting, and Olga is also a member of that, so she is one of the best of the best of the people who have been on the MAG, and we're very happy to have you. Thank you. And the IGF is in June this year, and it's going to be in Norway, June 23rd to 27th, and these are for two reasons. One of the reasons is that this year it's also the WSIS Plus 20 review, and a lot of things are going to be happening at the end of the year, so we thought it might be good to have the IGF in the middle of the year. The second reason is that the IGF is in Oslo, so we thought it might be better, instead of having it in June in Oslo, especially for the Global South participants, to have it in, instead of having it in December in Oslo, especially for the Global South participants, to have it in June, where the weather is nice and wonderful. You'll be able to see the midnight sun as well. And so it's a much better environment, and much more conducive environment for discussion. And this year, again, also another speciality. Usually the IGF has been organized by the Digital Ministry in cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This year, there's 4 ministries that are actually coordinating their activities for the IGF meeting. So the Ministry of Digitalization and Public Governance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, those are the usual two. But then we also have the Ministry of Culture and Equality and the Ministry of Trade and Industry. The Ministry of Culture and Equality underlines the importance that we have, especially to the youth and to disadvantaged peoples as well. And of course, for trade and industry, there's a focus, a business focus that we've been trying to build up at the IGF, and that is coming on very well. Last year, I think the business people were the largest stakeholder group. We'll see what happens this year and see who is the largest stakeholder group this year. The theme for this year is building digital governance together, and we have close to 200 sessions. This is slightly reduced from our previous IGF meetings, and one of the reasons that we've done this is that there has been calls for a more focused IGF, and one where people can follow a track much more easily. And this is what we've tried to do for this year, and we see how well that works. We have 4 sub-themes, which is digital trust and resilience, sustainable and responsible innovation. And the third one is universal access and digital rights. And the fourth one, of course, is the major one, digital cooperation. We do have the youth track, and these are part of the NRIs, which Anya will go into. We have our parliamentary track. We have I think the parliamentary track, at least in South America, is getting stronger and stronger as the years go by. This year it was particularly strong, and it was held in Santiago de Chile. And we have also the African parliamentary track, we have the Asia Pacific parliamentary track, and we have the European parliamentary track as well. Parliamentarians, these are the people that actually implement and pass the laws. And so it is very, very important to sensitize them to the issues. And so they see that what affects their policies have, and also discuss with the people that will have to follow the laws, civil society, the private sector, etc., and get their input before the laws are passed, so they can create very strong public policy instruments with buy-in from the start. And of course, as I mentioned, we have the engagement of industry, and quite new. This will be the third year that we will have the judiciary track. So we also have the different program components at the IGF. We have the high-level leaders track. We have the open mic and speak up. We always want people to be able to have their say. You can talk about anything, and don't feel scared, even if you don't think you have a full grasp of the subject, but just having your views, because somebody looking at something with fresh eyes can see something that those people who've been studying the subject for 5, 10, 15 years cannot see, because they're looking at it with fresh eyes. So we do welcome fresh perspectives, and there's absolutely no such thing as a silly question or an uninformed statement at all. It makes people, all statements makes people think, and that's how we gain better knowledge and better understanding on what we're doing. And the IGF Music Night is back on. We missed it last year. This year it is back on, and we have a music band. So if any of you are coming to Oslo and know how to play an instrument, please come get in contact with us, and you can be on the band. And also, if you want to do a solo of a particular instrument, especially a traditional instrument, we welcome that as well. And of course, with the IGF, we say that the value is at the edges. It's whom you meet, whom you can talk to, since you have all the 4 major groups there, government, civil society, the private sector, and the intergovernmental organizations there. And you don't know who you can meet at the corridors as well. So please feel free to approach people as well and talk to them. That is one of the purposes of the IGF. The high-level topics, we have 5 of them. Losing the information space, ensuring fundamental rights and resilience in the age of big tech. We also have child protection online, which is an issue that the Norwegians hold very close to their hearts. Digital public goods, sustainability of digital technologies, the AI and future of work. Of course, this is the hot topic for the past couple of years. And of course, we're going to have the WSIS Plus 20 review sessions. We do have our intersessional activities. We are going to have sessions there. We have our best practice forums. So we have the best practice forum on cybersecurity. We have the best practice forum on protecting core internet resources. We have the policy network on internet fragmentation, policy network on access, and policy network on artificial intelligence. These are ongoing now. You can join them. You can just go onto our website. You can join them even now, because they're going to carry on after the IGF meeting, their year-long activities. So if you think you want to know more or you have something to contribute, please join any one of these 4 streams. Of course, we also have the 32 dynamic coalitions. We have everything from dynamic coalition on accessibility, on internet values, on gender, on jobs, on Internet of Things, etc. We've got quite a few. Just before I go on to the practical things, I also want to say that we have got a lot of high-level representation as well at the IGF. This year, we've got a number of prime ministers that are going to come. We have Tim Berners-Lee as well, who's going to come. Vint Cerf cannot come in person, but he's going to be online. And we're also going to have online interaction with Bob Kahn as well, who is another who is one of the two founders of the internet, together with Vince Cerf. So we're going to have the three internet pioneers being represented there in some fashion, either physically or online. So I think that is also something that's worth taking note of. We are also going to have, of course, the general ministers, but it's not just about governments, but youth. Got a big youth track. We also have students as well, academics, etc. Yeah. Practical information for Oslo. It's a very navigatable city. The actual meeting is in Lillestrøm, which is about 10 minutes away from central Oslo by train, and they go very quickly, so you shouldn't have any problems at all. Totally forget about the cars. It's much easier to get the public transport. It's much better. One of the things about the sub-themes, which I have already gone through, so I won't go through that. One of the things is that for the IGF, we also make sure that there is a connection between what we're doing at the IGF and the WSIS action lines, what we're doing at the IGF and the Sustainable Development Goals as well. And since last year, since the GDC was passed in September of last year, we also make that connection with the GDC. So we do have this table there, and I think every single session does indicate what are the appropriate WSIS action lines that it's addressing, or that are relevant to it. What are the appropriate sustainable development goals that are relevant to that session, and also for the GDC. Plenty of session types. I will not go through all of them. I'll share these slides as well with you later, so you can see all these session types. One thing I do stress, and I think I've been stressing it since the beginning, that it's not just you coming there, sitting and listening. It's all about the interaction. It's all about the discussion. And that is how we build a stronger internet or a stronger digital space for everybody, is that we get ideas, we get the discussion rolling, and people learn from that discussion and that interaction. The main outputs of this meeting, we have the messages, the IGF messages. We've had them for the past number of years, I think about, 7 years now or so. So the IGF messages, and also IGF messages for the WSIS Plus 20. One thing as well that I would mention is that we're going to have the WSIS Plus, well, I'll mention it in the other slide, so I'll wait then. We have the IGF summary report. It's the summary report of what has happened in the meeting. Best practice forums as well. We like a collection of best practices, but when we say best practices, we don't just mean best practices. It's also good to document practices that did not work that well and that on the surface looked like they would work well. So we can also learn from failures as well as successes. So both are important and both should be looked at, the successes and also the failures. Again, the reports on our policy networks, our parliamentary track as well, messages from the global youth. All the sessions are transcribed. And if you can't make it in person, you can, of course, interact virtually. Individually, virtually from your home, but we also have the hubs, and the lists of the hubs will be published on the website, so you can look and join that hub. Sometimes I think it is better to participate in the IGF in a group, whether it is remotely or on site. That's how you can get the most benefit out of the IGF. And for those people who don't want to or who can't with the Zoom, there's YouTube, and the YouTube also is an instant record. So we know the time difference is sometimes very difficult for people, especially for the sessions that are coming early in the morning. For you, it will be like 3 a.m. when they start. So you can follow on YouTube, and then you can also send us messages on a particular session that you think is important, that you've got something to say, and we'll also take a look at them. And these messages can also be incorporated into our documentation as well. After the IGF is in June. That doesn't mean that the work of the Internet Governance Forum stops. As I said, we have got a lot of intersession activities which will carry on. This year we have the WSIS Plus 20 as well, and we're going to prepare for that. I like to think of it as that the IGF is handing over the baton to the WSIS Forum, and Gitangela will speak about that. And all of us are connected. We're not competing. We are connected, and we reinforce each other. So that's also something that you have to. So if you go to the IGF, it doesn't mean that you don't need to go to the WSIS Forum. It is of great benefit to go to the WSIS Forum because they focus on the WSIS action lines, etc. And also they can further the discussions that happen at the IGF in the WSIS Forum. So just keep that in mind as well. In November, that's when we plan to have our intersessional work finalization, and we're going to be having online meetings as well in November so that we can present to our stakeholders the work that has been going on since June. So in June, next month, for the intersessional work, it's not going to be the year-end reports as we have usually done. It is basically going to be a midterm report on the state of affairs of those intersessional activities. And then only in November, we're going to have the report for the year. So this is the WSIS Plus 20. As you know, this year the IGF's mandate is up for renewal, and we do count on your support. We do feel that there is strong support, but it should not be silent support. It should be active support. There's a lot of things going on in the UN at the current moment in time. So if you do feel that the IGF is beneficial to you, please do put your views, have your views heard in the WSIS Plus 20 process, but also talk to your governments as well and show them that you do support the IGF. A lot of governments in New York are not aware that there's that their country has a national initiative. So I think it's very important to get that message across locally and to the people in New York that are representing you as well. That is very important. And on the WSIS Plus 20, the co-facilitators from Kenya, one is from Kenya and the other one is from Albania, will be present in Norway, and they'll be holding town halls, and they will also be holding bilateral meetings as well. So if you are an individual, please do attend the town hall meetings. I think they're going to have 2 in total. And then they'll have an open mic, and you can have your say. If you are a group, then yes, do try and get bilateral meetings. But then again, I think their time is going to be, their schedule is going to be very, very, very full. So it's no use if you're an individual trying to get a bilateral. But if you are a organization or a conglomerate of organizations, then yes, it may be worth trying for that. That's the GDC. I will not go more into the GDC as such, but we do know that we are incorporating the outcomes of the GDC and the recommendations from the GDC into our activities as well. And we've asked all our various streams to tell us the Secretariat what they can do and how they can try and forward the aims and goals of the GDC. With that, thank you very much, and I hope I haven't taken much time. I usually do go over, but thank you very much, Olga, for giving me the time.
Thank you. A big applause for Chengetai. Thank you, Chengetai. Thank you very much. And you mentioned something very important. We should not take for granted that the IGF will continue. We have to, if we believe that it's a space for dialogue, for interaction, and the space for building an open and safe internet, we should support it in different ways, participating in the different activities, going through to your national administrations and try to support it through the more formal ways of interaction, or participating in the different dynamic coalitions or groups that are active in the IGF.
As well. Yes, there's going to be public calls for input into the WSIS process. So don't be quiet. Submit something. Show your support. If you think it is beneficial to you, show your support. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Think that all the regional and national IGF and the schools of internet governance like this one and other activities have been created spontaneously in the environment of the IGF. So IGF has been the space for these different activities that are very important for all of us, for all the communities. So make your voice heard in different ways and don't hesitate. And hopefully we will have many, many more years the IGF in our environment. So thank you very much, Chengetai. I don't know if you have to leave or you can stay in the panel as you wish if you're busy, or you can stay with us. Maybe there are questions.
Oh no, I'll stay.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to give the floor to Anja. Anja plays a fantastic role because, as I said, the IGF through all these 20 years has been the space for the growth of national, regional IGFs and schools of internet governance and many other activities, youth IGFs. And she keeps on tracking of everything that happens in the world. So I really admire her work because she's kind of a radar of the whole activities around the world. So Anja, lovely to have you here here in this morning in Mexico, and let us know about your activities, how you see this environment of national and regional IGFs, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Olga, and it's a great honor to be here. This is our tradition now. For the past couple of years, we've been convening together with our colleagues from ITU Gitanjali at the school, and it's always so important for us to connect with the communities. Now, happy that you are in Mexico. Wish we could be there. I think the last time the IGF was in Mexico was in 2016 when Mexico hosted the IGF. We didn't have a pleasure after. Yeah. So hopefully that can change as well. So soon we can meet in person. But I want to thank Olga for such kind words. And it is true that the Secretariat is entrusted with great responsibility, and I would say great opportunity, which is to support and coordinate a network of now 177 national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGFs. And just to give you a little bit of a background, how come we speak about the concept of the IGF at the level of a country and region? I think Olga mentioned at the beginning that these are really people-centered processes. And what Chengetai described is a process that results in the annual meeting of the IGF. It's a community-centered, multi-stakeholder process, which means that everything that you will see at the annual IGF meeting is really a result of through bottom-up consultations across countries and regions in the world with different stakeholders, both individuals and organizations. And that it wasn't the case that from the beginning we spoke about the concept of the local IGFs when during the World Summit on the Information Society processes in early 2000s, and once the IGF was convened by the Secretary General, in the Tunis agenda for the Information Society that gave mandate to the IGF, there wasn't explicit mention of the concept of the national or regional IGFs, although there was a recognition of the multi-stakeholder engagement at the local levels. And then the communities from around the world started organically to form the IGFs that are primarily relevant to the priorities of their respective communities. And today, definitely you that are sitting there in the room in Mexico are in a great company, and you have a great resource, because Olga was among the pioneers of the concept of the local IGFs, directly affiliated, of course, with the Argentina IGF, Latin American and the Caribbean regional IGF, and I would say indirectly with so many IGFs that she contributed. But very long story and complex, short. Basically, the communities gathered at the level of a country and region and said the concept of the IGF, meaning its principles and procedures, is relevant to the world, but the concept of digital as a topic is so complex, and what might be relevant or a priority in Mexico doesn't have to be relevant or a priority at all somewhere else in the world, be it Benin here in Switzerland or in China and similar. And so in that sense, the communities felt that there is a need for the process to respond to the demand of the community. And that's basically what led to the organization now organically of the NRIs. The very first IGF initiative in this now robust network was the Caribbean IGF that was formed as early as the IGF in 2006. And I think they actually predate the annual IGF meeting, so they celebrated, or they are celebrating soon, their 20th edition. What the NRIs do basically is replicating the principles and procedures of the UN IGF at the local level. That means that there is in place a multi-stakeholder organizing committee composed of members coming from at least 3 different stakeholder groups, with, of course, the aim to evolve toward inclusion of all 4 stakeholder groups. In other words, representatives come from the government, from the technical communities, private sector, and the civil society. And of course, the intergovernmental organizations are very active at the level of countries and regions as well in the IGF ecosystem. In addition to the organizing committee, the whole program of one IGF, regardless of the level, that includes the meeting, for example, that will be happening in Norway at the global level, is developed in a bottom-up consultative manner. And that is probably one of what makes it different, distinct, and powerful than any other meeting that you see in the world, is the combination of bottom-up and multi-stakeholder model in an open, inclusive, and non-commercial environment. So the community is pooled, consulted to see what is the priority, and then based on the inputs, the multi-stakeholder organizing committee puts together the agenda, invites the community to discuss, again, in a multi-stakeholder model. I remember in 2016 in Mexico, there was a very successful national IGF where we had very nice multi-stakeholder composition in place. The past couple of years, unfortunately, the conditions haven't been in place for the national IGF to function, but we are seeing some progress with some of the stakeholders coming from Mexico that would like to reactivate this national IGF, and I hope that among you sitting there in the room, I know you're coming from the entire region, but specifically those coming from Mexico, I hope that there will be interest from your side as well to be part of these processes. And if you would like to be part of these processes, please reach out to the IGF Secretariat at igf@un.org. That is our email address, and it reaches us all. We'll be happy to guide you through the process to establish the national IGF, for example, in Mexico. You are part of a very interesting region, I have to admit, and the community there is aware of that. That is the reason why there are several regional, sub-regional IGFs, the youth IGFs in the region, starting from the Caribbean IGF, Central American IGF at the sub-regional levels, a number of national IGFs in the whole region of Latin America, and of course the Latin American and the Caribbean IGF as the regional overall meeting. In addition to that, some of the countries in the region really pioneered some processes just beyond the IGF. And I use the opportunity to mention the 30th anniversary of the CGI.BR that is happening next week together with the Brazilian IGF. So if some of you will be there, then I'm looking forward to see you in person and we can discuss more about the concept of the NRIs. My final point to you is about the work that's happening at the global level facilitated by the network. The IGF Secretariat coordinates the network of, as I said, 177 NRIs, where we are trying to put together basically the world of diversity on internet governance together. And the network is working throughout the year through regular calls, for example, their mailing list, to consult what is their priority and how they want to be represented at the annual IGF meeting, or how they want to collectively participate and support some other processes they see as important. So this year's at the IGF, 20th annual IGF meeting in Lillestrøm in Norway, the NRIs will be delivering what they've been preparing for a couple of months now, which is their main session focused on multi-stakeholder approach and the way things have been behaving the past 20 years and what is the vision for going beyond 2025. And a couple of other sessions, including their open session where they will be looking at the sustainability of these processes, how to strengthen their network, how to leverage the network better so that the entire world benefits from digital technologies that are governed through good policy and multi-stakeholder approach. Every day for us is an IGF. So, for example, today, just a few hours back, the Central Asian IGF concluded in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent. Yesterday, we had 3 IGFs happening in the world, from West African IGF in Nigeria to the National IGF of Greece in Athens, where Chengetai was in person, to the IGF in Ireland in Dublin. So when you look at those agendas, it's so always fascinating to see that even if some topics are identical, for example, artificial intelligence is a big thing these past couple of years, and obviously on the agenda of the NRIs, but the approach and the narrative around those topics is often different. And that really underlines the value of having the NRIs, strengthening them, and working with them on a daily basis. I will leave my contact details. Olga has them, of course, also in the chat. It would be wonderful to connect with you and then to maybe provide more guidance on how you can engage with the NRIs. But it's certainly, I think, the first station for you to engage meaningfully in global internet governance, to start from home, start from your region, and then hopefully we will see you in Norway, if not in person, then online, to be part of the global processes as well. Thank you very much, Olga.
Big applause for Kanja. It's really impressive. How can she know and get track of all the activities all over the world? As she said, is every day there's a new activity. So if you're interested in enhancing or starting a new activity, please contact IGF Secretariat, contact Anja. And also remember that yesterday we had Sarah Armstrong from Internet Society Foundation. They have funds for national and regional IGFs, and that may help perhaps starting a first step or enhancing what you already have done. Thank you very much, Anja. And now I would like to give the floor to Gitanjali. Gitanjali works in the International Telecommunications Union. And yes, last year we had the very privilege to receive a prize from the WSIS Forum from the hands of Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin. She was virtually participating in the first day of the school last Monday. And Gitanjali works as part of her team, and she's very active in organizing the WSIS Forum and many other activities around that happen in Geneva. And so please, Gitanjali, let us know about what you're planning for July in Geneva and WSIS Forum and all the activities that you're focusing on right now. And welcome.
Thank you, Olga. It's really nice to be with you again. As Anya and Chengetai said, we are always very happy to be with you, to engage with the community every year with the fellows, because this is something we need to do together. The future of WSIS is to be built together in a multi-stakeholder format from all the regions. And one thing we have been attempting to do is to ensure that, the Latin American community, it's made easier for the Latin American community to participate in terms of language, in terms of traveling long distances. So we have been working together as the UN Secretariat also to see if how we can make it easier for the Latin American community to participate. Olga, you won the prize last year, and I'm very proud to say that there is a huge engagement of Latin America this year as well. We've announced the champions, and online you can find that Mexico is a champion of the WSIS Prize, Peru, Brazil, Colombia, Nicaragua, Chile. So you can see so many from the region. Please do have a look at the page. We have announced them now. So, of course, like Shengenta and Anya were mentioning, WSIS is a very important process. It's a UN process. So it's not just us working on it, but we work with more than 47 UN agencies to implement this process. So it's really a wonderful framework of digital cooperation in action, because the UN agencies, based on their respective mandates, have been working with all stakeholders. So it's a multi-stakeholder process since its inception to implement the different action lines and also the internet governance activities, as we heard about before. Very quickly, the milestones. You heard from Shengentai, this is a milestone year. It is indeed very important for us because in 1998, the whole concept of WSIS was proposed by Tunisia in ITU's plenipotentiary conference. It went to the UN General Assembly, where it was endorsed that it would be held in 2 stages, in 2 phases, as we call them. And our mandate was till 2015. And in 2015, the UNGA overall review, they extended our mandate until 2025. So it is a milestone year because we are looking at the vision of WSIS beyond 2025 this year, jointly with all the UN agencies and all stakeholders. So we are guided by these principles, key principles, the action lines. We have 11 action lines, and these action lines were adopted in the Geneva Plan of Action when the first phase took place in Geneva in the WSIS. So we already mentioned it's multi-stakeholder in nature, the UN, private sector, technical community. Olga, I think you are in this photo where people are receiving the prize. And the young people, we've been doing hackathons, we've been doing a lot prizes. So just engaging the community and ensuring that they are part of the decision-making aspects of WSIS, which has been so crucial. So when you ask us what have we achieved in these 20 years through the WSIS process, of course, we've been able to provide a framework of WSIS action lines for different stakeholders to implement. But one thing that we were lacking was that every action line doesn't have a target and an indicator for us to measure it in a quantitative way. Qualitatively, of course, we can say that, this is how women have benefited, this is how men have benefited, this is how the young people have benefited. But to have concrete figures, we don't have that currently. So to look at the targets that we have, these are very overall targets. How many people have been connected? How many schools have been connected? With WHO, we are trying to find out how many hospitals have been connected. UNESCO says that 400 plus languages are fully accessible online. So really there's lack of data to actually assess what we've achieved in terms of the WSIS targets set. And in the overall review, we really hope that member states and all stakeholders do give us targets and indicators, a monitoring framework for all the action lines so that we are able to assess what we've achieved. So WSIS stock taking, many of you are part of it. It's a database. We have 14,000 projects documented there. Each one of you should submit your projects there. It's aligned with the WSIS action lines, the Sustainable Development Goals, and also now there is a clear alignment with the GDC. We can clearly show how the different action lines are actually helping to implement the GDC, which was adopted by the UNGA. So 2.2 million stakeholders are engaged in this. So please do have a look, and see. Just Google WSIS stock taking. Once you submit your projects, they are also reflected in the WSIS stock taking annual report. And every 2 years, we have a regional report as well. You're also invited to present your case studies at the WSIS forum. UNGIS Schengentai will also highlight the importance of this body. It's the United Nations Group on Information Society. This was set by the Chief Executive Board. So the importance of the WSIS process is not only at a grassroots level, at a level of an organization individually, but also as a group for the UN. You know, we work together with more than 42 UN agencies in this group to ensure that through WSIS, the digital technologies remain an important mandate, and we have a way to implement and coordinate digital within the UN system. It's a very active group, and we work very closely with each other to ensure that we can work as one. WSIS Forum, we've been doing it since 2009. Many of you have been coming. It's a great opportunity for all stakeholders to get involved, to talk to each other. We are expecting this year. So first of all, it's been rebranded as WSIS Plus 20 High Level Event. So it's the same thing. It's the WSIS Forum, which is rebranded because member states and all stakeholders felt that the level should be elevated since it's a milestone year. We are expecting 4,000 plus participants. So those of you who are planning to come, please register. Registration is open since last December, and make sure you have accommodation, because accommodation is really limited at that time, and there is the Women UEFA also going on in Switzerland on the same dates. So it's quite packed in Switzerland. So do book your tickets and accommodation very soon. The agenda is online. We have released it. Please do have a look. We are converting it into an online version. Like the IGF, we also had a challenge of merging sessions, and we are very thankful to all stakeholders who agreed to merge sessions. And we'll be conducting all of these in PAL Expo this year. This is a new venue for us. We always did it at ITU and CICG, but this year it's going to be at PAL Expo. So like I mentioned before, Mexico is a champion, Olga, so congratulations. We have the 90 champions already online. All of them will be recognized at the WSIS Forum during ceremonies at the plenary. Like I said, it's a great example of digital cooperation in action by UN. So we have several activities for UN agency heads who are confirming. We will have the AI governance dialogue also on Thursday. The UNGIS high-level meeting, working level meeting, and so on and so forth. We really encourage you also to share your stories. It's a 20-year milestone. We are expecting like around very short videos. We already have one from Marcus Kuma about IGF. But if your community, especially the leaders like Olga, if you send us, these videos or share it through your social media accounts, it would be great. We're trying to create a buzz in social media about how WSIS has impacted your life and your organization. So you can see how important the WSIS process is for ministers, for governments. But we really need to also see this in the review in New York, like Schengentai was saying. We have 51 ministers and deputies confirmed and 37 head of regulatory bodies, many from your region as well. So this just shows that ministers, whether they are G77, whether they are EU, they're really committed to the WSIS process. Our chair designate is Mr. Solly Malatse. He's the Minister of South Africa, and he will be appointed on the first day, on the 7th of July. Very quickly, because this is a very important part, Olga, I'll go through it very quickly. Our review process, Schengentai did mention it, but just to let you know, we are taking it very seriously as UN agencies. We have weekly calls every Monday to discuss, and we prepared this preparatory process like right since 2023. We've been working on it. So we had the CSTD. If you look at 7 to 11th April, we had the CSTD where the resolution was adopted. We have the Paris phase. Some of you may be going 4th to 5th of June in UNESCO. UNESCO is organizing this. We have the IGF the Geneva phase, which is the WSIS high-level event, and then in New York, 16, 17 December. And this is what Shengentai was referring to, that you must be very active in contributing your voice and making sure that your voice reaches also to your governments, so that in New York, they are very well aware of what we want to see as the future of the WSIS process. So, of course, our co-facts are the Albanian permanent representative and the Kenyan permanent representative. We have a WSIS plus 20 modalities resolution, which was adopted in March. I just want to also bring to your reference the CSTD resolution, which was adopted. This is the WSIS resolution. It's an ECOSOC resolution, and which is clearly saying that GDC should be implemented through the WSIS architecture without avoiding duplication. So it was a clear instruction and clear feel of member states. CSTD is a member state driven organization of what they are expecting from all of us, especially UN agencies. We also have roadmaps from ITU, UNESCO, and CSTD on what we've achieved in the 20 years, because our membership at ITU, all the 196 countries, they take the WSIS process very seriously, and they have asked our Secretary General to work on a roadmap. We have also released templates for 20-year reporting. They are available online. So each one of you can present this reporting template that will be then showcased at the WSIS forum. We've also been working with all the UN action line facilitators like WHO, ILO, UNESCO to come up with a presentation which is available online again on the evolution of the action line, what we've achieved in the 20 years, what are the challenges, and also how we are already implementing the GDC through the WSIS process. So thank you very much, Olga. And like Anya, I'll also leave behind our email address in case any of the delegates want to get in touch with us.
A big applause for Gitanjali. Thank you very much, Gitanjali. I commend you for all the work that you do. It's impressive, all the work that Anja does and Chengetai.
Olga, we don't hear you.
We cannot hear me. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, it takes a slight delay. Sorry for that. Although we have a fantastic hybrid service here, it's really impressive. Thank you very much. I commend the three of you for all your work and your efforts. And if you can share with us your slides so we can share them with the fellows, because there is a lot of detailed information that they may want to review. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but if we receive questions or comments, I promise I will share them with you. Hope to see you, the three of you in Norway. You, Gitanjali, as well? Okay, fantastic.
Yes,
see you soon in June. Thank you very much for being with us this morning, and big applause for this part of the panel. And thank you, goodbye. And I would like to now welcome, we have divided this session in like 3 parts now. Some regional perspectives. I would like to give the floor to colleagues from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. As Anja mentioned, the Caribbean IGF has been running 1 year more than the global IGF. I remember when I went to the first IGF in Athens, the Caribbean IGF was already in place. So I would like to give the floor to, 1 second please, because I need her name. Where is her name? I lost it. Bear with me. Miss Shania Lewis and Lilian Chamorro. Shania Lewis will be talking about the Caribbean IGF, and Lilian Chamorro about the LAC IGF. Are you there with us? I cannot see you there yet. Oh, I can see you. Oh, many of you. Hi. So we have Shania. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Welcome. So we have this second part of the session. We will talk about regional initiatives or regional focuses from dear colleagues that are representing their activities. The Caribbean Telecommunications Union, as I mentioned a minute before, has been pioneering in regional IGF. I remember that knowing about the Caribbean IGF before the first IGF in Athens in 2006. So I think you started in 2005 and you have been organizing it every year since then. So Shania, welcome, and let us know about these activities in the Caribbean.
Okay. So the CTU's core mandate is ICT harmonization in policy development, building capacity within the region to source solutions and sustainable maintenance, regional ICT project coordination, which encourages collaboration among stakeholders, the Caribbean representation on the global stage so that Caribbean perspectives and priorities are known, and industry watch to ensure that the region is updated on the current status of global issues and advancements. So in 2005, the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum was convened by the CTU in response to global developments in internet governance, most notably following the first World Summit on the Information Society at the request of the CARICOM Secretariat. The following goals for internet governance emerged: regional policy formulation and harmonization, identifying and focusing on Caribbean priority issues, promotion and acceleration of internet development and use in the region pertaining to project development and capacity building. Currently, the CIGF is the first and longest running regional internet governance forum. It is governed by a non-hierarchical, multi-stakeholder forum that is convened by the CTU and focused on harmonizing internet governance policy regionally and addressing internet governance matters of priority to the Caribbean. The CIGF enhances synergy with the global IGF and the LAC IGF, promoting national multi-stakeholder mechanisms with support from ISOC chapters, national IGFs, task force, advocacy groups, and computer societies to execute internet governance activities at a national level. Through CTU's access to government and policymakers, advocacy for regional consensus on policies, CSIRTs, and strengthening and development of CCTLDs and project implementation can occur. While the CIGF is the longest running regional forum, its newly established youth arm, the Caribbean Youth Internet Governance Forum, has had 3 successful forums. One of the main outputs of the IGF is the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework document, a living document that provides guidance on regional policy priorities. The 4th issue of this document was published in January 2024. It provides a foundation for a common approach to internet governance and is intended to stimulate development of harmonized national policies and best practices in internet governance. It lists key issues, priority recommendations, and identifies specific stakeholders with roles in accomplishing them. Its scope focuses on 5 key areas, which includes internet technical infrastructure and operations management, of which internet exchange points was identified. In the Caribbean, after 18 internet exchange point workshops in 14 Caribbean countries, there are now multiple IXPs across the region. There's also legal and regulatory framework and enforcement, where data governance and protection, as well as cybersecurity, which is used to support the development of national CSIRTs and a regional CSIRT. Another is also public awareness and capacity building to enhance digital skills. This document has been used anecdotally for policy development in the region and is reviewed or updated annually. The Caribbean outlook for internet governance includes continuing towards national IGFs and thrusting towards communities. Work with Caribbean stakeholders to promote implementation of IG policy recommendations at both the national and regional levels. Pursue sustainable multi-stakeholder arrangements for CIGF work. Continue to enhance linkages with other internet governance forums. Continuously review and agree on the priority issues for the region, as well as developing effective metrics to gauge progress and success. In its 21st iteration, the CIGF will be held in Cuba this year, which will be its first bilingual forum, which is a further step towards engaging all regional stakeholders. It will also be done in company with the 4th Youth Internet Governance Forum. If you'd like more information, please don't hesitate to reach out to the CTU. Thank you.
Thank you, Shania. Big applause for Shania. I do commend the CTU for all the work that you do in your region, and just let you know that the CTU was the host of one of the schools of internet governance in 2014 in Port of Spain. That was a very, very nice school and a very nice memories. And maybe in the future we can organize another school in the Caribbean. That would be very nice. Thank you, Shania. And I would like to give the floor to Lilian. Lilian, are you there? Lilian Chamorro, she is the head of the LAC IGF Secretariat. Do we have Lilian? Or we go to Lilian, ahí estás. Okay, Lilian. Welcome, Lilian. Lilian is, she's from Colombia, and she is the head of the LAC IGF Secretariat, that is the Latin American and Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. That I really commend her every time I talk to her, because she's like the heart of the newly renewed LAC IGF. She's very committed to the work, and she's doing a great job. So Lilian, welcome. I don't know if you want to speak in Spanish or English, but as you wish. The only problem is that your colleagues in the Zoom room will not have the translation, but as you wish. No te escuchamos, estás muted. You're muted. Ahí está.
Okay.
Ahora sí.
Hi to all. I would prefer to speak in Spanish.
Okay.
If it is okay.
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 Thanks, Olga, and thanks to the school that allows us to be in this space. I will be speaking about SIGF in Latin America and in the Caribbean. It is always a pleasure to share with you what we are doing around LAC IGF. You know, LAC IGF, it is a regional process where we want to reach agreements, principles, and or recommendations with respect to the digital policies and the development of internet in our region. The structure of LAC IGF is the one you see here. We have a multi-stakeholder committee. We are going to see later what this committee does. We also have the committee for the selection of workshops, intersessional work groups. This is being built. This is defining the statutes, but this is something we are working with. It is in progress in the framework of the forum. The secretariat that I represent as part of the Colombian group and the annual event organization. The sectors that belong to these committees, multiple interested stakeholders committee, and the selection of workshops is the technical community, the private sector, civil society, and government. We recognize, however, and this is something that enriches the forum, we recognize the participation of other sectors such as the academia and the media. The committee of multiple stakeholders is in charge of the strategic vision of IGF. It is in charge of maintaining Key activities. It has a purpose of IGF during all this time, and it includes 12 people. 12 people. It is 3 people appointed for each one of the sectors. Here we will quickly see the current confirmation of the committee of this multiple stakeholders, the technical community. We have representatives from ICANN, LACNOL, and LACTLD. From the private sector, we have LI, ACF, and ISP representative. From the civil society, we have the participation of the Association for the Progress of Communications, Digital Rights, and IPANDETEC. And from government, we have the government of Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay. So I will very quickly present all these slides because of the time, but you will be able to know what is the current composition of the committee of multiple stakeholders. And on the other hand, the workshop selection committee is the one in charge of meeting and establishing all the parameters of the call in order to propose the workshops that will take place during the IGF. It has 12 people, 3 from each sector. The selection of who is going to be the workshop selection, this is going to be the responsibility of the multiple stakeholders committee, and this committee was defined in the statutes that were published in 2021, but it was in 2024 when the first selection of this committee was made. Today, this is the composition of the committee. We have 3 people from the technical community. Here we have the names of these people from the private sector: Germán López, Luis Mauricio Torres, and Patricia Falconi. From the civil society, Pilar Ferrari and Mari Carmen. And from government, we have our dear Olga, who is with us in this space, and Maria Camila Rojas and Joana Obando from Costa Rica. This is the current composition of the committee, and in the website you will find more information about this work group. And this committee is renewed every year, 1/3. We already had the open call for the renewal of 2024. We had some people who were the runners and the candidates, and we're assessing these people in order to replace one person from each one of the sectors. Each representative every 3 years. Last year, it was the very first time that we selected this committee, and we defined 3, 2, and 1 year respectively for each one of the people. So after 1 year, they're going to end the process in the workshop selection committee, and we will have new people to replace them. We have intersessional groups. There's groups present in those spaces so that we can discuss along the year. We want to promote discussions about the most relevant topics for the Latin American and the Caribbean community, and we're working to clearly define what is the work stream of these intersessional work groups. The Secretariat, it is in Colón, and I am in the Secretariat, and before 2023, but ACNIC was the organization that was in charge of the Secretariat since the beginning of the IEF, and now after the development of the new statutes, the proposal is to be in this position for 3-year terms, and different countries will be in the chair seat, and it's been a long process. And in the year 2026, we're going to appoint new members of the Secretariat. For 2027, we have executive and operational functions. I will not stop longer here. I also would like to tell you that as in IGF, the first one we had was in Montevideo, Uruguay, and we have had 17 versions, the last one in Chile, and 3 online from 2020 to 2022, as I told you. continue. In 2021, we established the new statutes, and in 2023, we started the implementation after the period of the pandemic, and we selected the new secretariat in 2024. For the very first time, we did the workshop selection committee, and for the very first time, we had an open invitation to propose sessions for the IGF. The IGF 2024 was held in Santiago de Chile, November 7th and 8th. Here you can see the topics that were selected for this forum. The hosting organization was the Fundación de Altos Protegidos, together with other organizations from Chile that supported this process. In this edition, we had 262 participants. We had the opening ceremony. We had 18 parallel sessions that were proposed by the community, and those were selected by this workshop selection committee for plenary sessions that were proposed by the committee of the multiple stakeholders. We have 120 moderators and panelists and rapporteurs, and we also had 1 day of integration before the forum. Here we have more or less a participation, 44% men, 53% men. And here we have non-binary people. And speaking about the countries, we see a big participation from Brazil, an important participation from Chile, of course, and it was a hosting country, Colombia, Argentina, and other countries from the region. Here we also see the sectorial participation. We see important participation from the civil society, but governments, the private sector, technical community, academia, communications, and other sectors as well. And on the 17th IGF, 12 scholarships were given in order to come from different countries. In the website, you can see the report of the forum, and you can also see the messages about the forum, videos, and the gallery. This is all available in the website, as well as information about all the panelists classified according to the topics they presented. For 2025, we are currently doing the assessment of the proposals. We made an open invitation to know who wants to host the event in 2025 and 2026. We received proposals from Argentina, Brazil, and Panama. We are currently assessing these proposals, and for June the 15th, we hope we can have the official announcement of the seat of the event in 2025, and also we hope to have the venue for 2026. And we are waiting till today. You still have to participate to see the different themes. We hope there is good participation from Latin America. We have a good number of participants, but we would love to have even more participations or participants, and we're also working. As I already told you, we want to assess the who will be part of the renewal process of the workshop selection committee. We will announce this next week, and we're also working in the global IGF. We participate in the definition of sessions of NRIs together with others, and here I see Anja and other NRIs with whom we've been working in order to define the sessions, to propose those people who will be representing us in those spaces. And this year specifically, we will be participating in and we hope with other NRIs from Latin America. And we are proposing, we want to have the proposal of workshops, and we hope we can also make progress in the work with the intersessional work groups. And the 18th IRF will be defined, and I think it will be held at the beginning of the month of November. We will have an invitation to receive scholarships and the sessions and the definition of the agenda, and the topics will be announced as well. And since today is the last day, I'm sure all the information will be announced next week. I invite you to participate. We have a communication system in our website, and you're going to see the section that has to do with the news, things that happen, not on news about other NRIs of the region. So we invite you to please visit our website. We have the community, which is the email listing. You can go into the website and you can be part of the list so that you can receive news and magazines and governance topics. We also have a monthly publication, and as of this year, we have the history of publications. Until last year, we didn't have this, and we were receiving everything via email, and now you can see this in the website. And welcome, you can get to know all this information. We have our social media. We recently started our LinkedIn account. We invite you to review it, to follow it. We also have Instagram. We started our Instagram last year, and we also have the X account. And in the website, we have a special website, governance initiatives. Here you will find the regional ones, the Caribbean Governance Forum. You will see the links to other websites and NRIs. You will find a map, and you will see if there is an active NRI, or if there is a youth initiative in that country, as well as governance schools like the one where you participate. And we will have some of the information processes, governance in the region, and we also have the section of new things, all these initiatives, regional initiatives, governance fora, and you're welcome to look at it. And you can be in touch with through these different mechanisms. And if you have questions or comments, I will be willing to take those. Let's give her a round of applause.
On the Zoom can follow me. I would like to commend her and Colnodo, but mainly her, because she's kind of the heart of the LAC IGF. She's always present, and she's very committed to the work. So every time I have the opportunity, I let the community know about that. Thank you for that. And I would like to give the floor now to my dear friend Kusai Al-Shati. Hi, Kusai, how are you doing?
Hello, dear Olga, and happy to join you today in the South Internet Governance School. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. And I would like you to be, as you see, I wanted in this panel to have perspective from different regions in the world, of course, Latin America, because we are here. But I met you in December in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, for the Global IGF. But you have also invited me to speak sometimes at the Arab IGF. So, and also, some news I have heard about a big infrastructure that is being created in the United Emirates, Arab Emirates, lately in the news. So I think there is a lot going on in Middle East, in your region. So if you can share with us news about your region, which was the impact of the region, Global IGF in Riyadh, and I think it was a very interesting initiative, and I found it very, very interesting for us to all be in there. So welcome to the school, and looking forward to hearing from your thoughts.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to interact with Latin and South America on internet governance related issue. This is one of the beauty of internet governance, to interact with different regions. As you said, we were there in Riyadh last December on the Global Internet Governance Forum. We all see that AI was a main topic that was discussed at that time, whether it's from a policy point of view or a regulatory point of view or partnership point of view, or even capacity building and opportunities, entrepreneurship points of view. As you heard recently, international partnerships, mainly in Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, to create data centers to host cloud-related AI activities. Yet also partnering in building infrastructure and let's say plants and processors and semiconductors related to AI. These are huge developments in our region, and with international partnership, it's putting us on the map of AI, able to provide it as a service or to build innovation and entrepreneurship, not only related to the region, but the rest of the world. Going back to the beauty of the IGF, which we were happy to have it return to the Arab world since it was in 2024. The last IGF that was hosted in our region was in 2009 in Egypt. At that time, the IGF was yet in its initial phases. We are still discussing issues. We are still talking about what IGF should include and what it should not include. But in Riyadh, the IG was more mature, more focused on issues, more current related to internet and ICT, and it is much related to development, sustainable development, and of course the UN development agenda. In that respect, the internet governance landscape in the Arab world is very similar to other regions, but with, let's say, various level of effectiveness. That means when we look at the Latin IGF, the Caribbean IGF, we see more active platform than what it is here in the Arab IGF in our part of the world. Of course, we take them as an example of a best practice to follow, and we want to follow their lead in promoting the culture of internet governance in our part of the world. Why is that? Because we have realized, not by all stakeholders, including governments, that whenever we involve other stakeholders in developing policies or regulation or an ecosystem or an enabling environment where all stakeholders are involved, not only the relative, but all, we create a more effective, more mature, more dynamic policy or regulation that produce more results. In our part of the world, attracting international investment, partnering with the global partners to get the benefit of emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, fintech, and others, is an important issue. Therefore, having the right policies and regulation and the ecosystem is an important matter to attract the global players as well as regional players. And so forth. One of the key things that the internet governance as a concept or an idea or as a practice that have introduced in our part of the world is the better, more effective, inclusive and diverse policy and regulation, internet related. Therefore, the beauty that took place last December in Riyadh is when we met with the diverse, inclusive audience, expert, subject matter expert, enthusiast, and interested people from all over the world to talk about internet governance. It allowed us to interact, participate, learn, listen, and see what others did, and bring this to our region or adapt it, or and even networking and opening channels with them. If it wasn't for regional IGs like the Caribbean, the Latin, the Asia Pacific, which were a good example, the Arab IGF as a regional IGF wouldn't be launched, or we didn't have a model that we can follow or at least apply or adopt in the region. So in a nutshell, this is what the internet governance landscape and approach is in our region. Thank you, Olga.
Big applause for QSI. Kusai, let me tell you that I have proposed your name for a main session in the IGF. I don't know if you will be in Norway or not, but you can do that virtually. We haven't
forward to be there.
We haven't finalized the session yet, but of course, you know, it's a coordination issue. So I hope that you are finally confirmed for that session and meeting you there in Norway. And also, I would like to commend your region, because I remember the first IDN website was in Arab script, was the Ministry of Egypt. So, and that was an effort of the Arab countries. And now it's, you know, it's something that are benefiting many countries that have different scripts that what do we use in Spanish, English, or French, or the Western languages. So, but I remember the pioneering role of the Arab countries in the IDNs. That was several years ago. And also the last meeting of the ICANN year, it will be in Oman, in your region again. So it's many things happening there. So thank you very much, and I commend you all of that. Jennifer, lovely seeing you online. I can see you now in the screen. How are you? Jennifer Chang, she is she has a, let me read exactly what your role in .Asia is. She is the Vice President for Public Policy of .Asia. .Asia is a registry that is mainly focused, as its name says, in Asia Pacific. And let me tell you something. You're very young, Jennifer, but I'm sure that you know this. The first time I saw an activity focused on young people was by Edmund Chang from .Asia. That was several years ago, but it was the first time that I saw young fellows invited by .Asia to, I don't remember exactly if it was an IGF or an ICANN meeting, and that really called my attention. After that, and that was the pioneering activity from .Asia, after that, many other things happened, like a youth IGF and many things for youth, but that was the first time I saw something really focused on very young people. So good for .Asia for doing that. And Jennifer, welcome to the school, and let us know some comments about the Asia Pacific region that you know so well. I've seen you lately in Hanoi, Hanoi, the capital of, help me, the capital of Vietnam. And I saw that you were there in a DNS forum or something like that. Let us know news about your region and activities that you organize there and your involvement. Very much welcome to the school.
Thank you very much. Olga, can I be heard clearly?
Yes, you can. We can hear you and see you very well.
Thank you. So my name is Jennifer Chung. Thank you very much, Olga, for the lovely introduction and lovely welcome. Yes, I guess I can just start my remarks because .Asia was mentioned, being one of those who really, I think, might have done the longest running youth capacity and leadership and now advocacy platform for internet governance. It is the it's called the netmission.asia. It really is, you know, it's expanded to a lot more. It's produced a lot of very brilliant young leaders in the community. In fact, actually, 2 of the alumni were also appointed to the Global UN IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, the MAG as well. So it's a very great thing, I guess, for the young people of the Asia Pacific region to do that. Really want to kind of wind back a little bit. .Asia is also supporting as the Secretariat for the Asia Pacific Regional IGF, one of the regional IGFs, not as long running as ones that predate the IGF, like the Caribbean IGF, which is, I'm pretty sure, the very first founding one. But APR IGF has been running since 2010, and this year it will be the 16th edition, to be held in Kathmandu, Nepal. The overarching theme is the future of the multi-stakeholder digital governance in Asia Pacific. We have 5 sub-themes: security and trust, resilience, innovation and emerging technologies, sustainability, access, and inclusion. One of the interesting innovations that came out of the region, we started a synthesis document process. I think now it's almost 11 years ago, back in 2015. And it's shepherded by a very open drafting committee, which is open to the entire APRGF community. A lot of it came from willingness to look into substantive and concrete outputs that come out of the annual meeting. And we do a lot of public input and consultations, as well as live town halls at each of the annual meetings to collate and accurately reflect the pulse point of the emerging issues, especially on internet governance and digital policy processes in Asia Pacific. One of the interesting things as well for APRGF is that I think we are a very diverse region, I think geographically, culturally, linguistically. One of the things when we went to the Pacific region for the first time to Vanuatu, we were very glad to, I guess, galvanize the local community to then, of course, establish the Vanuatu IGF. Even though, of course, globally population, Asia Pacific does contain the majority, but we really only have 18 national, regional, sub-regional initiatives, but there is a very good growing momentum. Some of the newest established IGFs are from the region, and there's also a really fast growing number of youth initiatives in the region. There's 15 and growing. I think you mentioned earlier as well, one of the longest standing youth programs. We at APRGF have a very long partnership with the AP Youth IGF, and this is completely youth-led. The entire program is created, ideated, organized, and realized by the youth of APAC with a core group from the netmission.asia alumni. Going back to APRGF, structurally, we are guided by our multi-stakeholder steering group, and membership is open to all those interested individuals in the region who are committed to the openness and transparency and multi-stakeholder cooperation, maintaining, demonstrating the respect for all other members. And it is really quite open for the entire community to create the annual program. And under that, there are the committees that look into the program, the events, and also the fellowship. But I really want to come to one of the most important parts of APRGF, especially for this year. And I think this is the same in all the regions. We have WSIS Plus 20 review. We have a roadmap that is now published just a few days, I think a day ago. And we are all looking forward to, at the end of this year, to know what happens to the WSIS 20 review, what happens to the mandate of the IGF. And for this, APRGF has established a WSIS Plus 20 working group. It's going to look into a lot of capacity building, especially for those in the Asia Pacific region, of course, open to all as well. We're going to focus on a lot of the APAC issues. I think there is quite a wide range of issues that are of big concern in the region. There is, of course, AI and emerging tech, and a lot of access issues still in many of the countries in the region. There are small island developing states in the Pacific as well. There's a lot of different concerns. Of course, cybersecurity is always a concern as well. The first of the series of the webinars for this WSIS Plus 20, I guess is going to be a series of programs, is scheduled for June 3rd. We're happy to send over more information, especially to those participating in South School here. More information I'm happy to send over as well, but you can also visit aprgf.asia to find more information and more details about it. And I'm very happy to have, the invitation from Olga.
We lost her. I lost you for a second, and I didn't hear the invitation. That was for me, which is very interesting, and I Can you repeat that? I lost you for a moment. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Olga. Maybe it's the video.
No, we lost you for a second, and you were saying that you were going to invite me to something, and I got really very interested in knowing what you want to invite me to.
Right. It's the first of the WSIS Plus 20 webinar series that we are going to be scheduling for June 3rd. So I'm happy to send over the details, and it's open to everyone, and be very interested to welcome the South School participants to actually have a little view on what the Asia Pacific region thinks as well.
Would love to participate. Please send me the information, and big applause for Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. And I was thinking about the dimension of your region is huge and diverse of languages and cultures, and it's really impressive. Thank you, Jennifer. And I would like to give the floor now to Bruna. Bruna Toso de Alcântara. Bruna is Brazilian, but she will bring us, thank you very much. I met Bruna in the northeast of Brazil when we organized the School of Internet Governance in Campina Grande in the state of Paraíba. And she has a very interesting perspective because she's an advisor of the United Kingdom embassy in Brazil, and but she's very acquainted and know about all these IGF processes, and she offered to come to this session and share with us perspectives about the WSIS Plus 20 and the multi-stakeholder processes and what is happening now from her perspective and her advisory work at the United Kingdom embassy. So Bruna, seja bem-vinda. You can speak in Spanish or English, but I can understand Portuguese, and we have some Brazilian friends among the fellows, but use the language of your preference, maybe English or Spanish. Your Spanish is very good, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I will follow in English, if that's okay.
That's fantastic, yes.
Perfect. And I'm just going to share here my presentation.
Okay.
If I cannot.
You should be able to share from your computer because it's
not allowed. But anyways, it was just a compliment with a visual outlook. I would like to begin then saying that it's a real pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to share some thoughts about the UK perspective on internet governance. And starting, it's fundamental to say that the UK reaffirms its strong support for the WSIS process and the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, recognizing its role over the 20 years in promoting connectivity, inclusive digital development, and shaping a global information society that is people-centered and development-oriented. The WSIS Plus 20 review is an opportunity to maintain a free, open, secure, interoperable global internet, to ensure an internet environment which supports innovation, investment, and open markets, fostering also the promotion of sustainable development and effective multi-stakeholder governance model that serves the global community, and to ensure that the WSIS process remains agile, inclusive, and fit for the future. The UK also wants to ensure that all stakeholders are able to play a full role in the WSIS Plus 20 review, believing that this review must be ambitious and forward-looking. And for that, the UK is focused on some topics. For instance, connecting the unconnected, to ensure that no community or country is left behind in the digital age. Bridging the digital gap, including a formal role for the UN Women in the WSIS process, embedding human rights at the heart of digital governance, and with a stronger role for the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, addressing the environmental impact of digital technologies, safeguarding freedom of expression, protecting journalists, and opposing internet shutdowns. And of course, these aims are not feasible just ruled by government. And that's why the beauty of the multi-stakeholder community comes and shines. The multi-stakeholder model is important because it brings together different perspectives that discuss, that collaborate into producing effective solutions to complex problems. And more, it brings together those who are closest to the problems and also that have the relevant expertise to bring possible solutions. The UK has a long-standing commitment with supporting the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, believing that all stakeholders have roles to play in how the internet's run, and that's why it's so important global, regional, and national IGFs. And thus, the UK believes that national and regional IGFs must be recognized and empowered as a central voice in shaping the digital policy. The role of IGF is unique, as my previous colleagues shared their different perspectives. The IGF also has a unique value. It is an actual bottom-up platform that brings together stakeholders all across the world to share best practice and shape decision-making on key digital public policy issues. And a recent research by the NS, a research federation in Oxford, the United Kingdom, has demonstrated the impact of the IGF, and for instance, in driving the growth of internet exchange points in Africa, fostering the next generation of global South leaders, in promoting and addressing actions to combat online harms. Therefore, the UK believes it's only right for this year's WSIS Plus 20 review to establish a permanent or extended mandate for the IGF. Furthermore, the UK sees great potential in aligning the WSIS process with GDC, the Global Digital Compact, through the WSIS well-established architecture and action lines. Together, these frameworks can drive meaningful progress toward SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and ensure that the digital transformation benefits us all. This approach to the WSIS Plus 20 aligns with the UK wider commitment to promoting a free, open, peaceful, and secure cyberspace as laid out in the UK National Cyber Strategy. In this process, and more broadly, the UK is committed to work with international partners to uphold our rights, respecting multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, one that leverages the diverse expertise of the private sector, academia, civil society, technical communities, and governments, and which considers the needs of all users. And I would like also to highlight that the UK is interested to hear others' points of view, others' priorities for the WSIS process, because it recognizes the unique challenges and opportunities faced by all, which should be addressed equally. And from expanding rural connectivity, digital entrepreneurship, and youth innovation, this region, the LATAC region, is a vital contributor to the global digital conversation. And the UK is keen to listen, to learn, and to collaborate with you to ensure that global frameworks reflect local realities. And the WSIS Plus 20 review presents a unique opportunity for us to build a digital future that is inclusive, sustainable, and grounded in shared values. The UK stands ready to work with all of you to make this vision a reality. And with that, I end my initial thoughts and stay open for comments or questions. And thank you, Olga, and back to you.
Thank you. A big applause for Bruna. I think what you mentioned about the WSIS plus 20, there's a lot of young people. I'm young for many years, so I have been seeing all these processes and the importance that this WSIS process, which started 20 years ago, has brought all these different spaces for interaction and dialogue through the years. And the importance that we can maintain the IGF and that this revision really gives the value to all these spaces. And so I'm talking from the experience. Maybe younger generations don't realize that this took a while to happen. So I do hope that what you have mentioned, that these spaces do prevail and we can still have the IGF and the WSIS plus 20 really has a positive outcome in relation with preserving the dialogue spaces. We have some time for questions and answers. By the way, I have some questions here. One is quite technical, but I will ask it anyway. From Roshani, I have a question for the CTU and for Lillian. How can internet exchange points contribute to digital sovereignty in small island nations? It's more a kind of a technical question. I don't know if someone in the panel can address it. And a question for Lillian: how can digital rights organization bridge the participation gap between urban and rural communities in internet governance? I don't know if some of you would like to address the question. Who's still in Zoom? Lillian, are you there? ¿Tenemos preguntas? Do we have questions here? Oh, we have questions in the room as well. Let's go to the next question.
Olga, I can say something on the
who's there? Who's there?
Yes, this is Nigel.
Nigel.
From,
oh yeah,
yes,
Nigel. How are you? I thought it was only Shalene that was representing CTU. Sorry for that.
Yes, but I managed to come in and give her some support.
Okay, fantastic. Nigel, yes. Did you hear the question about the
yes,
internet
yes,
exchange points?
Yes.
Would you like to comment?
Sure. Certainly, what internet exchange points do is it enables countries to keep local traffic local. So you don't necessarily have to send connections and traffic off island or out of the country to an interconnection point to come back just to do communications between two different operating companies or just to do communication between two ISPs, I should say, in the same country. So what has been happening in establishing internet exchange points in our islands and in any country in which it operates is that it allows the ISPs in that country to communicate with one another for local purposes. So you do not use international capacity for traffic and applications that are really local to the country. So what that means as well is that it enhances opportunities for ISPs to keep and grow local databases, local content on island and in country, and to share that information within the country without using international capacity and without having their data, their local data, pass through or reside in another country. So in that sense, it enhances the possibilities for data sovereignty, and countries can have better control of their data and transfer of their data when internet exchange points exist. Internet exchange points also attract what they call local caches, that is local storage for even international services like YouTube. And for example, you can store You can have local storage of content cited at the Internet Exchange Point such that multiple local ISPs can access that local content. And that allows better service to the local customers. So I'll stop there, just give an idea.
Thank you, Nigel. Lillian, about the rural communities, do you have any comments? You can do them in Spanish if you want.
Thank you, Olga. Yes, in Spanish.
It is a very relevant question. It is a relevant question because it is one of the things that allow us to promote the participation of vulnerable communities and rural communities. For example, in the proposals to select the workshops, one of our bets, and we will try this to be like this year, is to promote the participation of all these communities, and we want to have spaces so that they can also speak about relevant topics in their territories. And beyond this, and I am saying this from the perspective of my work in other area, which is the community networks, and I believe there is local governance, there is also internet governance at local level, and communities exercise local governance mechanisms. So I believe it is important to make them visible. We might not be speaking the same terms as said globally or regionally, but at the local level, there are people who are getting organized and they are discussing about the problems and the challenges we have with technology. So I believe it is important to be in touch and to link all those discussions, and we need to recognize that local governance does exist. It is relevant, and at the end of the day, this is the one that is making the use and development of internet a reality in many regions and in many rural communities, and look for a dialogue among these different spaces. I always see governance like something fractal. It is not hierarchy, it is something fractal where we have things happening at the territory, what happens at the national and at the regional and at the global level, and everything is a reflection of everything, but we need to build these bridges and this dialogue so that communities can be listened to, and for us to be able to tell communities what is happening globally. So this is something we are doing, and I believe more has to be done. But processes such as community networks, we also have autonomy, technological local autonomy processes, and I believe it is also important to speak about governance topics and see how they connect to the global spaces of dialogue.
Yeah, English or Spanish, I can translate.
Aló.
Sí.
Muy buenos días, Fernando Bustos de Colombia.
Good morning, Fernando Bustos from Colombia. Congratulations for the role and the efforts you're making in your regions in favor of internet governance, speaking about access, equity, inclusion, openness, sustainable. Thanks, panelists, for these efforts, and I also would like to thank the organizers, Olga and Adrian, because with your efforts we wouldn't be here. Thanks so much. And it is going to be two questions. And the first one is, which are the strategies made so that the national governments take into consideration the proposals that emerge from governance fora in your different regions, and which are the impacts in terms of relevant projects and public policies at the local level, what has happened in the governance regions.
We have translation, but in a different room for the fellows. It's a webinar, and there we have the translation. So I will translate a question from our colleague from Colombia, and thank you for recognizing our work in the school. He has two questions. How do the governments get insights or get influenced or impacted by what is happening in the different regional activities in the different IGFs? And the other one is, which kind of policy, concrete policy outcomes do happen through the activities in the different regional IGFs or dialogues that are in your regions. And I think it's for all of you, so whoever wants to respond, that's you're all in the screen right now. It's beautiful. I don't know if you can see that.
May I start a bit on this, Olga?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I have the floor, dear Olga?
Yes, go ahead, Kusai.
Yes. Let's take our region as an example of how government is introduced to the culture of governance, or how they can use the governance approach as a mean to develop policy or regulation, or to have more inclusive activities. We are a region where it has a stereotype that the governments are singular. They act on their own, they take action on their own, they don't consult. But in the last 20, 25 years, let's say since the initiation of the WSIS, the culture of consultation, talking to stakeholders, direct, affected sample of users, service providers, whether they belong to any stakeholder group. They tried this in a shy way, in a limited way in the beginning. They have realized that they developed a more, let's say, inclusive, effective, and let's say meeting the objective or an accomplishing policy or a regulation where it achieved its expected goals, whether in terms of revenues, whether in terms of creating an enabling environment or an ecosystem that can build on more, that can bring more activities, social or economic. So what they have realized that social and economic development when it comes to ICT-related policies or issues or matters have produced more fruitful, effective results when they went more inclusive, talking to relative stakeholders, and sometimes to non-relative stakeholders. They just made the sample bigger. And just to hear, not say, let's say, a 360 view, but a 360 plus view. And taking this into consideration, they have drafted policies, regulation, that is more reflecting the status quo or more adaptive to their environment, or to their situation, to their circumstance, to their nature of communities and societies. Therefore, the multi-stakeholder and the exclusive culture of governance in these policies have produced the right results, and then it became a main common approach for them, especially related to ICT and internet, to whenever they want to introduce regulation, policies, let's say an initiative, they want to include people as much as possible from other stakeholders to make it, let's say, a more effective tool. So in a nutshell, this is, at least in our part of the world, how we benefited from this model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kusai. Would someone else would like to comment?
I might jump in, if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would like to say that the UK has this whole of society approach that's already inclusive, considers different actors and perspectives. And as I mentioned in my statement, there is this interest in hearing others' visions to get more context on internet governance issues. And of course, with the UK IGF, to amplify voices as well from local actors that can influence decision makers and then bring all together. I would say this would be more or less the lines from the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Bruna. Any other comments from our colleagues? Okay. It looks very nice. Can we take a picture, Federico, with all the? You don't see this because we have a special service here in the big. I will send you a picture, but you're all in the same screen like with me. So thank you very much. Big applause for our panel. It has been very nice. I hope to see you in Norway or in Prague in the ICA meeting and somewhere in the world soon. And thank you very much for being part of this 17th edition of the School of Internet Governance. You're always a very important part of our program. Thank you. So for the fellows, we have a coffee break. Tenemos café. Menos cuarto, empezamos. Vamos a adelantar un poco el programa.
We're going to be back. 15 minutes before noon, and after that session, we will have the star participation of Oscar Mesano, and I can tell you for sure you should not miss that because it is going to be. He is preparing a big surprise. I will not tell you spoilers. I do not know everything, but I do have some spoilers. So this is coffee time, and we're going to be back in 15 minutes, the last panel, then Oscar, and then you're going to have a free afternoon and you can enjoy the beautiful city. I know you're going to go to the pyramids and we're going to have the chance to rest, to rest.
que... Bueno, vamos.
Will you please have your seats? Remember, we will have a panel now, and then we will have the super presentation by Oscar.
La idea de este panel es...
The idea behind this panel is to promote inclusive participation, which is precisely what we've been speaking about. But these people we have invited, they organize concrete activities about inclusive participation. People from different regions, from different age groups, from different focal points in processes like this. Who is virtually, who is in the virtual setting, and who is in person, who is person. Oh, okay, all of them are virtual. I hadn't seen the big screen. I was just looking at the audience. Patrick, he speaks Spanish very well, and he's going to be speaking English or Spanish. I will make my introduction in Spanish because I know he perfectly understands me. I have them all. Thanks for being here. I thought Gabriela and Fabiola were to come, but it doesn't matter. All of them are there in the great screen. This is the last panel. We have had a very important, intense week. We've been speaking about the IA, cybersecurity, how important dialogue is, how important participation is. And I invite you all to specifically speak about actions to promote inclusive participation in all these spaces. So without further ado, Patrick.
Have the floor, you can speak English or Spanish. I know that you can follow me. Your Spanish is very good. Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Quisiera empezar con
Todos somos bilingües.
Translation, but the Zoom room where you are, it's a different Zoom room, so translation. I am the translator, so you have to trust me. I would like to start with Gabriela. Gabriela Reinaga is profesora. She's a teacher and investigator here in Tec de Monterrey, who is our beautiful venue in this fantastic venue that they have offered for the school. Gabriela, through your professional career, you have served on the board of important organizations related with technology and cybersecurity in particular. How can we attract young people? How could we motivate young people to actively participate in these spaces? And what happens with the university? Do universities have a special role in this regard, in promoting younger participation in these spaces? And welcome to the school.
Gracias, Olga. Voy a hablar en español.
Thanks, Olga. I will be speaking. I apologize not being there. Yesterday I had an incident, and I have limited mobility as we speak. That's for sure the participation that I have had in some institutions, in some organizations worldwide, speaking about cybersecurity. And it is precise to speak about the historical aspect, how we came here, because many times we are speaking about promoting what we need to do, a role model, someone we admire, and in order to perform all these attraction activities to attract young people and young talent to cybersecurity, I would say that we need three main elements. Number one, awareness. We need to be aware of the fact that technology today is a means to the end, and as technology we need to take care of it and address this, and specifically because there are many facets: cybersecurity and security of information and access to technology and to information. Yesterday we were speaking about this topic, we were speaking about the biases, and last but not least, and one of the most important things that we need to do, that we need to address as academia and many organizations do, is the inspiration. In other words, how can we serve organizations and students and everyone. There are people who can do coaching, mentorship, and there are people like us to do IT. At the beginning of many of us in these areas, it was different. And I would like to tell you how I started because it was part, and I believe this is what we need to understand. 22 years ago, I was still doing the auditing of financial statements. I am a public accountant, and then there was a challenge, a need, and I remember these two terms: challenge and the need to have people doing internal control of accounting systems, and the accountants and that specific area, that profile, needs to understand technology. And for the last 23 years, I've been doing this, and it became a challenge. Apart from the need, it is a number one challenge because there was no presence of many professionals speaking about technology. Secondly, to become yes, I can challenge. Number three, women can also do it. It is nothing to do with gender, but to see this opportunity, to be aware of the fact that it is necessary to look and see the technological side. This is on the one hand. Secondly, to look for access to information. And last but not least, and I believe this is what I didn't have at that moment, is someone, a role model, someone to inspire me. I want to be that person, to do what this person is doing in cybersecurity and technology. And this is why in many organizations and many front lines and in where I've been participating, we have different programs. Specifically speaking about ISACA, which is the very first one that opened me the door for technology. And now I am an ambassador for the Strategic Committee for Latin America, where we have the Chile Stack program, and through ISAC International, and through the some of the chapters, more than 200 activities of promotion take place. Including not only women, we have different programs. We also have a program for students where we can have groups of students where new generations and young people can get involved. But something that is even better, in the university, specifically in Tecnológico de Monterrey, we have a program, and the name is Beautiful Patterns. So, and since 2018, we have the opportunity to train teenagers from 13 to 17 years, and we want them to be focused and to be inspired to be part of the STEM degrees. This is a program that we do during summertime. It is in person at the different campi of Tecnológico de Monterrey, and enrollment is still open. It is summertime in different dates and days, and it is one of the contributions, and this is access of the university that the university offers in order to have these sessions, and we want to allow those who have something to contribute to those generations, and to give access to those generations and approach them to the information and to tell them what is possible. I believe this is the interesting part, an important part that we need to keep doing, and this is what we need to promote. Specifically, I believe if you do it correctly and if you inspire, then the result is going to be to have more people involved in technological areas, or young people who want to be dedicated to the technological areas, and also those who want to give their knowledge, those who want to contribute with experience to those new generations. I believe today there is more than one program, not only in this university, but on many more in the academia, where we are trying to promote and to achieve this inspiration for many of us and those who train in technology in other generations. This is something we didn't receive. Fortunately, the promotion and the advertising of all these programs is going to result into this higher number of people enrolled in STEM degrees. It is not enough, that's for sure. In the study of women in cybersecurity fields in Spanish-speaking countries and Iberoamerica, in the hub of Tecnológico de Monterrey, we found that only 30% of people doing cybersecurity are women, only 30%, and only 50% of them have at least 50% were at the level of consultants, 50% of the 30%. So what did we find? We need to have access and inspiration, promotion, and we need to be able to generate programs so that those people who already did an effort, those people who got educated, those who are about to graduate, we want them to find a job and to be able to participate. And I believe this type of practice, such as this forum, would allow to communicate what is being done correctly and things that could be emulated in other latitudes so that we can continue with promotion. And let's never forget the two most important things. Technology is a means to the end. There is no question about it. We are all connected here thanks to technology, and what we learn and what we have in our hands about knowledge is going to be shared. I believe this is one of the things that we do more. And now, if I may, I would like to share my screen, and I would like to show you where you can find information about beautiful patterns, Patrones Hermosos. This is a program at the university, and here you can find information for the enrollment. I will directly open it in my LinkedIn website, and if you look in the profile of engineering and sciences, you're going to find the invitation to be part as a trainer or as an attendee. So here we have all those, we can have all those who want to share their knowledge in these programs, and those who need, and if you know about someone who wants to learn about the STEM careers, and if they are looking for a summer camp, do not stop promoting it. Here you have the information. Here you have the information. We have, there you have my contact information, Gabriela. Take a photograph of this QR, and you can register as an attendee or as a trainer, as an attendee. We're going to be very happy to see how this program grows some years, and I believe this is one of the most valuable things that happened today. An applause for you, Gabriela, very interesting. The role of the university as a learning space, but also interaction and contact among those who can be role models and who could be mentors to people who are interested, and to find inspiring models. At least in my life, it has always been very important, and these are the people who open the way to then find a vocation.
Patrick has been an invitee of the school several times, and a very important role he had in the Council of Europe. But now he has a new role, which I think is extremely interesting, and he's posting all the time. So if you follow him on social networks, he's posting all the time very, very interesting things. And he's the Secretary General of the European Seniors Union. As you know, seniors people and perhaps older people are very vulnerable for several reasons, sometimes because they are not so much aware of the challenges or the security in using devices. Sometimes devices are very expensive for them to buy, or sometimes devices are designed only for younger people, that everything is so small. I went through that with my mom, that she passed away 2 years ago, but she had her Facebook page because my son prepared it to her. But I went through all this experience with her and how vulnerable she was with the information and with the devices. So I think this is a very interesting role. And as you know, the population of the world, we are becoming older and older. So I think that the role of this European Seniors Union is extremely relevant. So Patrick, tell us what you do at this organization, what's the role, and how do you see the future of senior people in engaging with technology? And welcome to the school again.
Thank you, my dear Olga, and you know how sorry I am that I can't be there in for real. I would love to be in Monterrey right now. Since you've started, you actually, if I may say it with Meatloaf's word, that is, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think you have already highlighted quite a number of things that are related to the role of seniors and how they actually deal with digitalization in a way. And I'm sure that the participants, the fellows, have already heard about, after a week of being in the South School on Internet Governance, have already heard about the pig butchering scam. I don't know if you've heard about it or not. It's basically a scam that focuses on increased financial contributions. They are, let's say, gathered through catfishing, through romance scams, through investment fraud, and they particularly focus on senior citizens. Now, that is a key issue, particularly in Europe, where we have the fastest aging populations in the world. And we're top of the bill together with Japan on aging. So that poses a number of issues. Seniors are indeed amongst the most digitally vulnerable. First of all, we have not grown up with digital skills. There are a number of barriers. There's affordability, there is accessibility. There are quite a few issues that lead to digital exclusion. Now, digital exclusion is a human rights issue. It's not just a technical issue. And it intersects, obviously, with social justice and intergenerational fairness. Now, as a European Seniors Union, and you already highlighted a bit the role that we have actually three types of actions with regards to that. That is, on the one side, we advocate inclusive digital policies on the one side. Second, we support peer-led digital literacy programs. And third, we also engaged globally to a senior-friendly tech solutions. That is, that it's not only a question of involving young people, it's also a question of how to involve seniors in those tech solutions. So the first on advocacy is basically to promote inclusive digital policies that facilitate, that promote, that prioritize accessibility for all. I'm not exclusively working on seniors issues, because seniors, I mean, the definition of seniors is already quite broad in many ways and encompasses different generations of people. In certain fields, you're already a senior when you're 45 or 50. So, and that age span goes up to 100. And basically, seniors are increasingly also using that in different settings, namely promoted during the COVID crisis in order to promote accessibility, to promote contacts, to avoid isolation, and so forth and so forth. So we also support then peer-led digital literacy programs, and they can be at all different levels. Now, in order to do that, we already base ourselves on an existing legal framework or different frameworks. And in Europe, we base ourselves obviously on the AI Act, of which you have certainly already heard, but also on Convention 108+, which is a data protection convention with this increasing number of ratifications. We base ourselves on the Bucharest Convention on Cybercrime, and namely also its additional second protocol on on electronic evidence, and on the AI Framework Convention, which was opened for signature in September last year. But maybe something new that you have not yet heard of is the EU strategy on intergenerational fairness. This is led by the so-called EU Policy Lab, and I participate there in the design process, which concludes of 4 different phases. Right now, we finalized the scoping phase, that is to look at what is the scope of the issue related to intergenerational fairness. And within that, there is a work stream which is entirely focused on a coalition for digital inclusion, where we work with a cross-sectoral group in order to promote this digital inclusion worldwide. So I think it's quite clear that in order to respond to the issue of inclusion, we need to look at the public sector at the European level. Obviously, that is related to the European Union and the Council of Europe, but also at the global level, we have to look at what the United Nations and UNESCO is doing. At the national level, there are quite a number of initiatives that are being taken. We should not forget the private sector. Here in Microsoft just recently published a white paper on abusive practices on the internet. I would invite you, if you haven't heard about it, to look at it, because we as European Seniors Union, we contributed to that. So public sector, private sector, but not leave out the whole civil society sector. And that civil society sector is absolutely active at the local levels to promote this digital inclusion. So in that respect, when we speak about digital inclusion, please think about all generations which have different needs and which are definitely worth including. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Patrick. Very interesting, especially what you mentioned about this cross-generation thing. And it brings to my mind sometimes, I participated many times in this gender issue and trying to promote between women and talking women among women. I like the sessions where we have men and women and interacting and see why there are many opportunities for women or why women get less money. So if you don't interact in between the different genders and the different perspectives, then it's okay, but it's not the whole. You don't have the whole picture. And having this comment that you say about cross-community ideas, I think it's cross-generation ideas. I think it's quite interesting. Also, older people have more experience that can share with younger people, and that can be also enlightening, as our previous speaker said, that having models and having examples of life could be inspiring. So that interaction could be very interesting. I was wondering, and maybe we can talk about that in another moment, if in Latin America there are similar initiatives, and maybe we can start something in the region. That's something that just came to my mind. Thank you very much, Patrick. I would like now to give the floor to my dear friend Desiree Milosevic. Where are you, Desiree? She's always in a different place in the world. She's like in London or.
So well, I'm really sad I'm not with you and all the students. But yes, I'm in Finland today, and it's very bright light outside, so you can see the curtains at the back. But it's lovely to join you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. And I think the angle that I'd like to address with your topic of inclusivity is really to offer a brief overview of how ICANN and the ICANN community works on inclusivity, and especially through the work of the internationalized domain names and the new GTLDs, but also to mention the alliance and the coalition that has been recently launched. It's the Alliance to Create a Multilingual Internet, but it's called CODI, or Coalition on Digital Impact, which has leading internet companies and advocacy groups and thought leaders who have partnered together to foster the global connection through language. Because we often talk about inclusivity on the internet in grand terms, I think it's really good to have some practical examples and how the technical community works on making it accessible to all in every language for every corner of the world. And then, and how far have we gotten, and what's the reality today? although that vision still drives our work, I think the more grounded picture possibly is if I give you some numbers that as of today, some of the 309 country code top-level domain names like .mx for Mexico or .uk for United Kingdom, they are 309 of those. There are about 61 or 63 IDNs or internationalized top-level domain names. That means that previously, some 15 years ago, the work has started that you can have your domain name in the language script that you, in the character set that you have learned your language in, expressed to the left of the dot. And in recent years, and with the work and of the protocols that have been finalized, the IDNA BIS of the ITF, and the launch of the new GTLDs in 2013, the ICANN has accepted top-level domain names, generic top-level domain names that are also written in Arabic, Russian, Chinese scripts. So it has been, that work is still active and it's still ongoing. And but this is all to say that ICANN is focusing both on the second level and on the top level domain and part of the domain name work for these addresses on the internet to be available in all the scripts. So the ICANN does that through policy development and generic name council supporting organization, where I'm also a counselor, works on managing that work, that working groups such as IDN working group, that they harmonize policies between country codes and generic top-level domain names. That's also an important part of the policy development. But there are other operational work and guidelines as well that exist. And the such a coalition that I have mentioned, and the so-called universal acceptance, which is another area that really needs improvements to ensure that regardless of the script or that you're using, that it is accepted across all the platforms, across all the forms, on the websites, on all the systems and devices. And usually developers who work on some of the devices and systems are unaware there is about 1,000 and 120, for example, generic TLDs, and 91 of those are in support IDNs. So as I say, I think this important work continues, and this new and exciting effort that Identity Digital is a partner, as well as many other Unicode Consortium, the Internet Society, Public Knowledge. I will not mention all of them, but I can share the link to the press release. They're all together in this work to tackle this challenge, how to make the Internet work for everyone in their language. So ICANN has also partnered with Cody at their launch of Universal Acceptance Day in Washington, D.C. And this coalition's goal is very straightforward. It's to reduce the language and literacy barriers that limit digital participation. So I think they have also framed their work. It's cut out. It consists of two parts. One is, first, they will do a global study on how language impacts internet access. And then the second part is really a new monitoring tool that will track which websites and which applications correctly support international domain names, and other, for example, longer top-level domain names. You're all used to .org, like shorter ones, but there are longer top-level domain names like .museum, .info, and so on. So I think it's important that all these applications are aware of the length of the domain name, and these are some practical steps that are rooted in not so much technical accountability, but it's also they are an important part of not just the community outreach, but an education too, because there are a lot of security issues, how to implement IDNs well, that you would avoid, for example, mixing different alphabets, the A with 2 dots in car, that is only used within the language script of a Nordic language where it belongs, but it's not mixed with other Latin scripts where A with double dots is not used. So that is all to avoid cybersecurity incidents and wrong addressing, so that the users go to the right website address when they look for the information. So this was a practical detail, but I'll be happy to really answer any questions, and this opportunity maybe to ask everyone to look at the this coalition to see whether they can join, what they can and how they can contribute. As you know, ICANN is quite open and works with all sectors and stakeholders, the governments, the civil society, and private sector. And bigger part of it is technical community. So it's quite an open platform for those with linguistic skills also to join this important work. I'll stop here and see if there are any questions.
Let me tell you that Desiree is in her holidays in Finland, but she's taking time from her holidays to be with us. She is a technical, a policy and technical advisor for several community organizations like ICANN, GNSO, and she works in Identity Digital, which is a very big registry that manages many TLDs. And thank you very much to Identity Digital for being one of the sponsors of the School of Internet Governance. You know, apart from the fact that we have several institutional support, having the sponsorship from companies like Identity Digital is fundamental to have the opportunity to organize the school. This code is quite new. It was really released like 2 or 3 days ago. I heard the news in networks. So I think it's they will have a session in the IGF in Norway. So I hope I think it clashes with something that I'm organizing at the same time, same day. But I will try to follow what news are about it. Let me now give the floor to my dear friend Harold. Should we switch to Spanish, Harold? Is that okay? Okay. Harold is the president. Él es presidente de LACRALO. Y él nos va a contar qué es el LACRALO. LACRALO es una de las...
He is president of ACLAGO. It is a space, participation space in ICANN for the end users. It is at-large advisory committee. Tell me if it is correct, because I am not that expert in ALAC. And he's going to be telling us what is the role he has and the role of the regional groups that participate in this RALO, how to participate, and what is the interactivity of the different communities with you. Welcome, Harold. Where are you? In which Latin American country you are? Hi, Olga. Hello to all the attendees in person and in line. I am in Cuenca, Ecuador. I will be living here, and I am originally from Venezuela. So that you all know, I come from the Academic Network of Venezuela. And what is the CRAL, what you see in the agenda? Well, it is the end users of Internet. We have a space to participate in ICANN specifically. The first thing we have to say is that the school where you have the wonderful opportunity to participate. It is one of the big initiatives that one of the members of Carral, the organization, the foundation where Adriana and Olga belong, is, as you know, it is the main promoter, creator of this wonderful initiative. And in every continent, they want to replicate this experience. They want to replicate this story due to the beautiful impact it has. 99% of participants of the ecosystem of the regional Latin American and Caribbean island ecosystem that are ICANN in this region, they have had the experience, the wonderful experience of participating in the South School of Internet on Internet governance. So I have to say that this is an example of how one local organization, national, in this case the Argentinian one, thinking and acting based on the regional impact and on the global impact, it can have greater levels of opportunities for the rest of us and for the planet, because all Spanish speaking people and French speaking people, they can participate thanks to translation. So there is an ecosystem. You have seen it, you have learned it, and the school is not someone ICANN. We have ITF, we have also the internet engineering. The ecosystem includes several important institutions. ICANN with a very important role in the management of domain names and numbers, as we can clearly tell by the name. And here we have the model of multiple stakeholders. And this model obviously recognizes that in the ecosystem of domain names and resources, there are several factors. We have the business models of organizations of entrepreneurs and business owners. We also have government organizations, and they represent this government that also has a role here, plays a role, and the technical community, of course, and those who are part of it. We do research and we do ongoing participation, and we also have end users. End users can also be service providers. Of course, it is an end user, but evidently the legal concept is going to be different from this regular citizens concept, and internet will be used differently, and they have different knowledge about internet, and the impact is going to be different. So the opportunities users have is to participate in RALOS. It is an English acronym, Regional at Large Organization. These are regional at large organizations. And the Atlas community within ICANN is nothing but the group of organizations of RALs which are involved with users. It is not the business model, it is not a business owners, it is not the ones rendering services or the internet domain. It is users being organized. So RALO, in the case of Europe, all we will have this RALO, RALO configuration, Asian Pacific North, and RALO from Mexico, and we have all the way to Argentina, including part of the Caribbean countries, and we are all a group here. The question is, I am about to graduate as a lawyer. I am also a technical element. I am an end user and I want to participate. What do I do? How can you be fully? How can you fully participate as an opportunity as an individual? You can register in the different RALOs in LAC, Latin America, the European, and you can also be an individual user. You can enroll as only one person as an individual user, because we work. This is how we work. So in your country of origin, you can have an association of users and you can register it. There are institutions that register, like the non-profitable foundations, whatever the name is, so that you can be a set of users. and be part of the internet users, and that organization as such is the one that will be asking for be registered in the regional organization in NISOC. We also have the Internet Society that has chapters in different parts of the world, and you can register in one of those chapters, and you can do it individually, and you can directly register in the chapter that you have in your country. And in Mexico, recently, a couple of years ago, Gerardo Martinez participated. He was a fellow of this South School, and he actively participates in Ralo, and you can be in touch with him. I can give you the email address and the Zoom chat, and this can be shared, and I will give you information of Telegram, and also my email address so that you can ask questions. So you have this opportunity, you apply and you ask for a certification or registration in Ralo. All users here and in Europe and the other four organizations, the at-large community. We are the at-large community. It is the at-large, the general community of internet users. It is not a business model. It is not only business owners. We are the users, the other stakeholder. And we also have the community at large, and there you can know each one of the organizations. An organization sends a committee, a higher level or homologous committee in a horizontal relationship that is going to have 3 members of each branch. And at the end, we will have 15 members of a LAC. And a LAC means at large advisory committee. It is a committee within ICANN. In ICANN, there are committees and there are support organizations. Those two concepts group some of the interested parties. So there is a gap, which is a lack, and this is the advising committee that belongs to us, to at large. There's no, I mean, it is not a gap. He said a lack, and who we give advice to. The model of ICANN, this is the bottom-up model. It detects the need in the system. We need to speak about this, but we will not be speaking about this topic with users only or with governments only or only with business models. We need to all speak this, and we all have something to contribute with because the interest of everyone is here involved. So the bottom-up model is used so that from the lowest level we can start a policy development process where we will all discuss how we are going to be affected. And this government committee, the users committee, the ALAC, and the advising committee giving advice to ICANN board. ICANN can and should receive and start the analysis process together with the community to tell which is the impact. Is it within the legal framework? ICANN has a permit. This is something we see in the process. So the value, the big value of working like this under this multiple stakeholder model, you may say it looks logic and it makes sense. If we're all involved in internet, why don't we all discuss it? The United Nations, you know that we have the ILO in the United Nations, but it is a meeting with governments only, and many decisions. Obviously, we do not know all the decisions. We will know them all once they will have an impact on the population. So it is a forum where we are not allowed in. And in the World Summit of Information Society, more than 2 years ago, the IGF was created, the one that is going to be held in Norway. You all know it because you have participated in this school. It is part of this system. IGN is a non-binding forum. It is a forum where we will all be discussing the digital agenda that includes internet. in this model where we all recognize each other, where we know which are the priorities, we know there are opportunities, there are incidences, and we all have a voice to participate. So the governments, users, and at the global level, see, not in every space, even if it makes sense, we cannot always be there. It is important to understand the value of our participation in an ecosystem like ICANN with someone who does management of domain names, whether you are an internet user in the technical perspective or in the legal perspective. As long as you're an internet user, it is important and your participation is necessary. In this way, we will have an agenda for the next 5, 10, or 15 years, and surely it is going to be your participation and your impact in the ecosystem. I will just stop here. I just give you the general draft idea of how it is possible to access what we address in the ICANN ecosystem, how can we get involved, and which are the tangible opportunities we have. Evidently, if you have questions, I will be here, and I will be here till the end of this meeting. Thanks, Harold. What you said is interesting. A space within ICANN for final users, and yesterday Rodrigo de la Parro and Leo Felipe and ICANN and Nicolas Antonello with an institutional perspective and more technical perspective, but your perspective for the end users is very interesting. And what you said, individual users can be accepted, and based on my understanding, it had to be organizations as at large structures, but now also individuals can participate in this at large group. I would like to now give the floor to Fabiola. She works in ALAI. She is the manager for Mexico and for Central America to ALAI, which is the Latin American Association of Internet. ALAI plays an important role to gather the most important internet companies in Latin America. And I would like to ask you, how do you think these very important internet companies in our region promote the participation of individuals in spaces, internet spaces and technology spaces, specifically taking into consideration aspects such as security and privacy? Welcome, Fabiola, to this school. And we salute our friend Raul, who was not able to participate, but you are in his place. Hi, Olga. Thanks so much. And yes, I will convey your greetings to Raul. I would like to say that how happy I am to participate in this panel, in this event, not because of the topic, but for 5 years I was working with a relationships team with government in Tecnológico and NIC Mexico. And I am very happy to be back to this institution where we do digital development, public policies, and internet governance. I've seen it from the inside, and I really appreciate shared knowledge. And Carolina Rendon, I know she's been an active collaborator in the development of this event. Tech and Nick, thanks for educating me and for having me back. Dear Olga, I would like to remember and to retake what I said in the first panelist said when she spoke about beautiful patterns. For us, participating as Nick and as Tech, and I believe it was one of the first times of Patrones Hermosos. It was big learning, and this is what people speak about when we speak about the interaction among the stakeholders and how it is good to take this knowledge. I remember how girls were very happy to take programming lessons and to see this as a game, and I believe this is a fundamental work that I recognize, something that I have followed with a great admiration. And now, from my current role of ally, I have the possibility to work closely with these large companies that are part of the association. This is my fundamental work, but also with governments, with the academia, with the civil society to promote a more connected digital ecosystem, inclusive and safe in the association. And to me, have a way to see it, we are in counterplace for dialogue and collaboration where we share good practices, we identify the challenges in the region, and we promote a more equal participation in the use and design of internet and new technologies. In this context, I would like to answer something very important, which is digital development, not as a technological tool, rather as an opportunity to build more inclusive development models in our region. Latin America historically faces big challenges in terms of inequality, access to internet, access to digital tools that allows us to close the gender and geographical and economic gaps, and it will have an transforming impact. People living outside of the big cities now can have access to good quality education. This is something we saw during the pandemic, and this is the follow-up effort we did in Tecnológico de Monterrey and NIC, and to see how during this exceptional process it was possible to have a feasible, viable education, good quality, through online platforms that played a very quick development and very effective to participate in electronic commerce. This is something that grew during the pandemic, offer digital services and to be part of the collaborative economy without moving from one city to another, but to move to larger cities. It will not only transform our individual lives, but it will change the economic dynamic of whole communities. Rural entrepreneurs who sell their work in line, young people taking online courses, remote workers who produce local jobs in their municipalities. These are only of the few actual cases we see in the region. When I was in NIC, I really liked this statement, to build the best internet for everyone, and this is something we see in a lot, because we have to understand that this is not built individually but collectively with the interaction of the different stakeholders. We are contributing with what we have to contribute, and I believe technologies, apart from the technological progress, all this becomes an enabler of human rights, and all of us, even if it seems that we are contributing from different places, we are all contributing to the common good. Technology is designed and implemented with accountability, transparency, and people-centered, and it can be an inclusion engine, and this is something we should never forget. We have the opportunity to build digital systems that will not reproduce the physical world inequalities. They will rather help us overcome them, and for this to happen, there are some elements we need to take into consideration. Literacy and digital skills. Having access is not enough. It is not the ultimate goal. It is very important, but not everything. If we do not have the tools to use it in a productive fashion, security and privacy, these are pillars. This was the initial question. So that people can fully participate in digital spaces, and they should feel they are in safe spaces. The digital ecosystem companies are doing data protection, but it is also necessary to have clear regulatory updated frameworks that will guarantee privacy without stopping innovation. Inclusive design of technology. It is important for the designers of digital products and services to listen and to work with the daily users. The more diversity in the most representative development teams, the bigger the impact of technology. We have promoted this a lot. We have also discussed, and we want the different players to be represented, and we want them to have a voice. And in Ally, our principle is that to look for plural and diverse spaces where all people will be duly represented. And as a result of this, the plural participation and digital governance, internet, as we have said, is not only a technical network, it is rather a social space, and these spaces, like the ones we've been speaking about previously. And I believe this morning we also had the visit of IGF and LAC, and we're speaking about those spaces where internet is not only analyzed as a technical network but as a social, political space, and we're active participants, and we collaborate in this type of dynamics because we firmly believe that the future of internet should be built with plural participation of companies, civil society, government, and as someone said, end users who should have a voice in the development and under regulation. In Ally, we participate in this exchange among sectors, space of dialogue, how digital development benefits the whole population, not only a few. We have promoted work sessions on cybersecurity, data protection, digital rights, and online education, regionally and in collaboration. Our last event was held in April here in Mexico City, and we are looking for this plurality. And we started a conversation with legislators, creators of public policies, and end users and elderly people who could talk to see what is going to be the best regulation that will include the actual risks detected by the population, but without generating an impact on others. I believe these types of efforts by the private initiative is relevant, and we hope every year it is going to be more plural. And in the next events, we hope to see you all, and we hope we can have a bigger sounder event that represent the generality as you effectively do in this event. And in our case, digital development gives us a historical opportunity to build fair and inclusive development models. We trust that this same plurality is going to allow us to take the next steps to make digital services evolve. We have the technology, we have the tools, and I believe we have more political will and social willingness. Now we need to make sure this willingness will translate into concrete actions, policies, and actual cooperation among the stakeholders. What we look for in Ally, we want internet to reflect the life of those who live in the reality of this region, and listen to those who participate, because if people work in safe spaces, we will be speaking about an actually inclusive digital transformation. Thanks, Olga. Thanks for allowing me to listen and to speak about interactions and the creation of internet. Fabiola, it is so good that you are so closely related. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause. It's good, Fabiola, that you have all this close and good relationship with the university and with the colleagues who help us organize this event. We have only a few more minutes for questions.
Stages of all the week, and I think everyone is very tired. Big applause again for our panel. Thank you very much. Hope to see you, some of you in the IGF in Oslo. If not, I will see you somewhere in the world virtually. Thank you very much for being with the school this year again, and goodbye. Y ahora llegamos a nuestra sesión más especial, más esperada.
Now we have the most special session, the most expected one by Oscar. He has a surprise for us. I will not be telling you spoilers. He prepared something very special for us. Without further ado, my work is finished after this work, and I give the floor over to Oscar. Dear Oscar, you should know that the school wouldn't exist without Oscar. He has helped us as of day number 1 to make it a reality. Oscar, a kiss. Very quick question, so please pay attention. Do I need to tell more things to our audience? Good afternoon. You know me. The truth is that technology changes every second, and if we do not dance at the pace of technology, we will not be able to dance. Let's see what we can do, and let's see what works. Are we in line, online? Hi. Good day. I am Oscar. Are you there? It is Murphy's Law. Adrián. Can I help you with something? Hi. Hi again. How can I help you? How are you? Hi. I am good. Thank you. And what about you? How are you doing? Great here in Mexico. As you know, it is South School of Internet Governance, and I would like to introduce you to the audience. Or please introduce yourself. Hi, I am ChatGPT AI, developed by OpenAI. Here I am to help you in whatever you need. I can answer questions, I can offer information, or to simply have a nice talk. I hope you enjoyed this session and get to learn a lot. Here we have entrance, and here we have characters from across the region. So I will ask you a question so that we can start. And if you could give me some statistical information about ChatGPT, what this has done statistically, how many questions are received, and how many questions you can answer at the same time, but you know more about this than me. So would you please? Yes, of course. Even if I do not have access to real-time statistics about the use of ChatGPT, I can share with you general information. ChatGPT has been used by millions of people all over the world since it first started. Speaking about capacity, it can have multiple simultaneous conversations, and it can interact with lots of people at the same time. And the number of questions that it can answer is very high because it is designed to process and to generate answers very quickly. Is there something more specific you would like to know? No. Now I want people in the room to ask you questions because they're the ones who matter. Who would like to ask a question to ChatGPT? Great. I'll be here to answer the questions they might have. Please go ahead with the questions. Please tell your name. Hi, ChatGPT. I am Janina from Venezuela. My question is, are we going to have a job in 10 years from now? Or is it going to be AI, just like you, that will replace us and be represented in internet governance? Hi, Janina. Thanks for your question. AI, as such as ChatGPT, is designed to help and complement human work. It is not to replace it. In 10 years, it is probable that many tasks will get automated, but there are going to be new opportunities and jobs in areas we cannot imagine today. The key is to adapt and to learn new skills that will complement the use of technology. Speaking about the collaboration between machines and humans is going to be very important. I hope this has been a useful answer. Do we have another question here? Great. Who has another question? Please be patient. Hi, ChatGPT. Look, my question is, taking into consideration the economic and social situation we have in Latin America, would you please tell us and give us some strategies? Yes, strategies that we could take in countries so that we can consolidate as a powerful region, speaking about internet, as the European Union has done. Hi, that's a very important question. In order to strengthen Latin America and internet matters, these are some of the strategies to be considered. One, education and training, to invest in digital education so that more people acquire IT and communication skills. Two, regional collaboration, to promote collaboration among countries to share knowledge, resources, and the best cybersecurity themes, regulation, and access to internet. Three, infrastructure, to strengthen Latin American internet strategies are education and training, to invest in training in digital skills to prepare the population for the future demands. 2. Regional collaboration, to work with other countries in order to share knowledge and experiences in digital matters. 3. Infrastructure, to improve connectivity and access to internet in every place, mainly in rural zones. 4. Policies and regulation, to develop policies that will promote innovation and to protect the online users. These actions can help consolidate the region as an important player in the digital world. Thanks for your question. Thanks. We have another question. Great. Do you have a question? I am here to help. Hi, chat. Hi. I am Gabi Salazar, and I have a question for you. What is the future you foresee in regulatory terms for artificial generative AI? Hi, Gabby. Thanks for your question. The regulatory future for generative AI might include several key aspects. 1. Transparency. Companies should be transparent on how their models work and how their models get trained. Privacy and security. Regulations will try to protect data privacy and to make sure AI is not incorrectly used. 3. Responsibility. There are going to be mechanisms to determine accountability in case of errors or damages caused by AI. 4. Ethics. Ethical principles will be promoted to make sure AI is going to benefit the society in a fair way. Regulations will be different depending on the region, but in general terms, we expect balance while we respect and enforce the rights of people and protect. Hi, chat. My name is Arnaldo, and I am going to ask the following: how do we organize the content moderation company in your company, where you work, where you live? How many people are involved in the content? Would you please tell us that? Hi, Arnaldo. Thanks for your question. In OpenAI, the content moderation team is crucial to ensure safe and ethical use of technology. The team includes professionals who review and establish guidelines to moderate the content generated by AI models. I cannot tell you specific information about the exact number of people involved, but normally these teams include experts in ethics, engineers, researchers, and other professionals who work together to make sure AI is used in a responsible way. The aim is to minimize risks and to maximize benefits of technology for all the users. I hope this has been a useful answer. Thanks. Do we have more questions? Yes, of course. Who has the next question? Hi. Hi, chat. I am Frank. Recently in China, a quantum computer just deciphered an RCA code. When do you think quantum computing is going to be able to reach the highest level of power? Hi, Frank. The development of quantum computing is very active, and it is at the initial stage. Despite of the progress, quantum computing hasn't reached a level to solve practical problems such as deciphering RCI codes. Quantum computing has the potential to revolve many fields, but the development of technologies, mature technologies, will take several years, maybe decades. Today, researchers work to improve stability and control of qubits, which is the base for quantum computing. Till we have significant progress on this, it is difficult to tell accurately when the highest level is going to be reached, the highest level of quantum computing. Thanks for your question. Here we have another one by the alma mater of the South School of Internet. Hi, ChatGPT. My name is Olga, and I am from Argentina. Tell me, how can I be millionaire investing in crypto coins? Hi, Olga. Investing in crypto coins can be a risk, and it is important to do it carefully and with good understanding of all the risks. These are some general concepts. One, education. Know well about crypto coins, how they work, and what is the factor that affects it. Diversification. Do not have all your money in only one crypto coin. Diversification lowers risk. Diversification. Analyze the team behind the crypto coin and the long-term potential for. Be careful with fraud and projects that offer not very realistic yield rate. There is always a risk, and it is important to invest only what you are willing to lose. That is a good chat. And we have to ask important things. Hi, ChatGPT. I am Sandra Rodriguez from El Salvador. What happened? I will become a millionaire. That's good. Hi, are you online? Hi. Are you online? Hi, are you there? After Olga's question, I want to invest. Will you please show the presentation? Share the presentation. I will try to not be mute or not to be in silence. Let's see. First, the title. The Sixth Revolution. You know that the last thing was the Fourth Revolution, which was by the European Community about 4.0, and after that there were no more revolutions. And I am afraid because quantum computing, I am afraid will become the fifth, but one is going to be skipped because for me the fifth revolution is something that started 30 years ago, and it was the internet. The velocity of that technological development was astonishing, faster than any other revolution we've seen in our planet. Not only because of the capacity to make the whole planet participate. And then when the tiny device came, which is the smartphone, when it became something indispensable for humans. Today we can say that internet is like air. You see, it exists when it is not present. If there's no internet, we do not know what to do with our lives. And if that has happened in those 3 years, if it is not the fifth revolution, then which revolution we will have? And this is why artificial intelligence. This is going to be the sixth revolution. This is my proposal. I do not know if the world will accept it, but this is my proposal. Something we need to take into consideration is artificial intelligence is only the tip of the iceberg of all the technologies coming, and it is only one of them. It is an important one, of course, and it will change many things in our lives, but this is not the only one. AI, the sixth revolution, has three elements: robotics, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. They are all the ones that will actually change the world where we live. Well, let's start with the robotics because it will be the oldest. Robotics. has been making progress since 1984. There were industrial robots that were known that worked perfectly well. They were making progress, good progress. And what the robot manufacturers didn't dare to do is to do robots with a human image. They thought the market was not going to accept them because it would be replacing us and it wouldn't be a good way to sell robots. And this has changed with time. And now there are different types of robots which are more evolved. Not all have this completely human appearance, but some of them were new. And robotics in the production of goods and services, robotics has made good progress. And it happened at the beginning of this year in Vegas, and this is when the first robot with a human appearance was presented. This lady, and it is a video, but playing a video in a PowerPoint will be difficult, but it is a video, and it works just like a woman. She moves like a woman. If I, the only complaint that I would need to make to the manufacturer is that her answers are slow. She has AI. Two models were produced, a man and a woman, and the price is $173,000 more or less. I do not know what is going to be the market of this, but there is no question that this is to come. It is here. We don't have to think more. What is going to happen? It already happened. Now the whole robotics industry will try to compete with them. So there's going to be robots with human faces, every type, children, elderly people, men, women, and this is something we need to get used to. I have a video, and as I just said, I will not include them in the PowerPoint because it is not possible to play them. I will ask the guys to please play it, and it will have images for those who are sensitive people, and it is not good for children. Would you please? We spoke the last time in the Abundance Summit. His prediction is that AI is growing 100% times a year, and for 2029 or 2030, we will have 8 billion humans in AI. Do you confirm this? Yes, it is complicated to quantify it, but I feel comfortable when saying that each year AI will improve 10 times more. For example, if we make numbers, in 4 years it is going to be 10,000 times better. Entonces, maybe 100,000 times better. Yes, and that's the way it is. AI could do what human beings can do. Maybe in 1 or 2 years. Y después, how longer it will take it to do what humans can do collectively. To be honest with you, not a long time. Maybe 3 more years. In other words, in 2028 and in 2029. In a conversation we had, you agree with Jeffrey Hinton that there is 80% likelihood that it was going to be incredible, but the remaining 20% is to get damaged. Do you still ascertain the same? Yes. Yes. What I have said is that it is going to be great, and there is some likelihood, and it can go from 10 to 20%, that all that is going to work wrong. there is a low likelihood, but in general terms, I can say that a glass is full at an 80%, which is pretty optimistic. Natality rates are declining almost everywhere in the world, and we are going to be facing a situation where, for example, according to birth rates, South Korea will have 1/3 of its current population, and Europe 50% of the current population. This is a very significant decline, and it's important to say that this is calculated. Um, Estimating there's going to be a growth in this birth rate. So if the current actual situation that we just described, if it perpetuates in time, there are going to be many countries whose population is going to be reduced to 5% or even less in 3 generations. And that would be a big problem. And I believe most of the countries should consider this low birth rate as the biggest problem to be resolved. If we do not have new humans, there will be no humanity, regardless of the policies. You have collaborated to maintain the U.S. birth rate? Yes. As people say, we need to be the role model. This is why I have many children, and I encourage others to also have many children. We will be sending ships to Mars in 2 years, and the next is going to be in 26 or in 27 months. We are about to start. We are facing the beginning of trips to Mars every 26 or every 27 months. So we will be sending our crewless ships to the red planet, and if we succeed and if we do not increase the number of craters in Mars, we're going to be sending human beings in 4 years from now. We will have multiple AIs, so there are going to be many robots. Do you think there are going to be many robots? Yes, many more robots than people. Let's speak about that in a moment, because as you said, people are worried because of this decline in natality, AI, and the robots that have the potential to help sustain GDP. Yes, congratulations for Optimus 2 and the 3 that is going to be introduced soon. Elon, tell us how many humanoid robots we will see in the world in the year 2040. In 2040, well, I believe in 2040 there are going to be more humanoid robots than people. Well, let's say that most of the things he said is something I knew, but I didn't remember that about the natality rate. 3 years ago, I went to Germany, and one of the concerns that all families had, all the families I visited, is that their children didn't want to have children, and the only possibility they had to see what to do, because they were not going to have grandchildren. Most of them were adopting in order to go from not having children to their children not having children. And today, as you can see, it is an exponential issue, and it is one of the problems we will surely have, and we now at least know what is ahead of us. Now, since we were speaking about robots, I use this example and two things because of the singularity. If you do not know this name, this is when the computer takes command. In other words, it is a autonomous regardless of who program it. And this is what we see in this movie. In Skynet, the computer and Terminator, Skynet will take control and it will be doing what it was taught to do, which is to kill and to win the war. The computer is not good or bad. It is doing what it learned. So when you think in artificial intelligence, when you think in quantum computers, in fact, what we should be thinking is who is going to program it and who for. Regardless of of the technology, this is what we see here. The computer is doing what it was taught to do. So this is something we have to all think. This is something that our friend commented. And another thing we see now is competence among supercomputers and quantum computers. The difference, many. A supercomputer is a computer like the ones we know, working at a very high speed, doing many calculations together, and this is why we obtain the results we obtain. This person who was there, you will know him. It is Elon Musk, and he just bought 100,000 supercomputer cards, and in 125 days he assembled a supercomputer in a US province. And thanks to the fact that he went there to install his new supercomputer, instead of making it a little town, it is becoming a big city, and inhabitants say it is going against the stability of the city. That supercomputer are the ones, or that is the one that is allow us to see AI, not the quantum computers. The quantum computers are still trying to be created, trying to get born, because they have many complications. On the one hand, we have the qubit. The qubit is equal to a transistor. It is equal to a chip like the ones you know in every computer. The difference is that a common transistor will say yes, no, 1, 0, positive or negative. And then the cubic will say yes or no, and then you can do a third thing. For it to be understood, it would be like a more or less, yes, no, and more or less. And with those three answers, quantum computers can produce statistics, and results are going to be based on this. If I give it a problem, it will tell me what you are proposing has 87% likelihood of working. Do you take it, or do you want me to keep doing research to see if I can reach 100%? And this is how the quantum computers work. There's an advantage and a problem. Cubics need to work at a very low temperature. 273 degrees below zero. Something difficult to produce, and it is not economical either. But, and this is why in general terms quantum computers are divided into two parts. Generally speaking, they are divided into two, and one in another floor, but this the 273 degrees is going to be in one place, and the other one, like any other computing center. In a quantum computer, there are two consumptions, two types of power consumption rate. Both are very high energy power consumption in the supercomputers. In the supercomputers, consumption is very high as well. Just for you to have an idea, the Elon Musk computer in this place in the United States has a specific source of energy manufactured there, and it could feed the whole city of New York, and this is why people are very upset in that place. And on the other hand, these qubits make errors. Errors in normal, this is easy to be detected. But what we do not see is the number of people, institutions, armies. What comes to your mind to solve problems and to discover new technologies? Now there are cubics with error corrections. This will increase the capacity of quantic computers. There's going to be a point in time when they're going to be as perfect as a normal computer. This is the future we will have with the types of computers. Today there are quantic computers that can be accessible by us, not accessible to computers. I will tell you the case of IBM. Even IBM will teach programming for quantic computers, and what you resolve in those courses can be tested in IBM quantic computer and see the results. And courses are free if you're interested. And then we have the WAF, rendering services. Today it is possible to have access to quantic computers to do research and processes, something that could be a new development. From my perspective, the quantic computer, as of next year, it will making progress at an extraordinary speed, and it has other problems. The keys or the codes. If I am the director of a quantic computer, the first thing I would tell my people is to start producing a key that another quantic computer will not be able to resolve, because an RCA code, which is the most commonly used one in computers, 256 bytes. A normal computer could take 100 years to discover the key or the code. A quantic would take a matter of minutes to resolve this. So there's going to be post-quantic codes, because everything is going to depend on codes that cannot be cracked by a quantic computer. Otherwise, there's no security. This is an actual problem, and I want to think that all those who are responsible for security of computer centers, this is something they are thinking about. This is something that is serious, and there was a power outage in Spain, in Portugal, and in France. And of course, Spain said that it was problem with the sequence of the cutoffs or outages or power interruptions, and I cannot tell you Spaniards are lying, but I would say it was a hacking attack. But now, if a company that supplies energy power to a country, if it happens to a company, and now when the quantic computers can break something, there's something we have to change. These are the types of cubics. Today this is old. Every second what we know, it less. I gather information every day. This is the future we have. What we have here is old now. I do not know if it is going to be sold to someone. The main problem of COVEX is errors, but this is getting solved every day. This is something that is going to be resolved quickly. What can we think about the future? I want to say that governments and armed forces and intelligence forces, they are working in something. If I am a poor human, and if I think about it, I would like them to also think about it. This is a sample of how things change every day. Quantic transmission through fiber optics, 15 kilometers. There was one photon in one side, another one on the other hand, 15 kilometers the distance. Commercially available fiber optics, and when the status of one at the same time, the photon, the other photon change, and this is called teletransportation. You remember what that was? You remember Star Trek? It is not that you will be calling your aunt in Spain and to send your cat and to turn the cat through a computer. Not yet, but that is teletransportation. So there is going to be an important change in telecommunications. Sending information through fiber optics is very fast, but something else is to send instantaneous information. I believe for army people, this type of technology is interesting. This is a development in itself, but it is not being in two different places at the same time. But this is development in the months to come. Do not wait more. The thing is that chats talk to each other to produce their own policies without their owners. This was going to be the question that I was going to ask my friend in ChatGPT, but if you talk to him, ask if it is true. But this is news of yesterday. Our world changes every day. I already said this. We can also think about the future. Education. Possibilities of education with artificial intelligence, robots. And let's do not even speak about quantum computing. Today, you know it, all children, at least in junior high school, use chat. The ChatGPT to do home assignments, to produce drawings, and to produce PowerPoints. That's already there. It has been explained. It has been something natural. Humans are learning how to use chats. This is going to be a sudden increase. Health. We have 3 chips of 3 people. And the same guy who is going to be traveling to Mars, the one creating the last supercomputer, and it has been approved by FDA. It is not a chip placed in a mouse and have good results. We're speaking about people with a chip installed in their brains. I can, if possible, I will be in the list so that my memory can increase. And there are going to be thousands of solutions, technological solutions for our health. Welcome. But are we willing to live eternally? But this is something to be discussed. Now I am happy with what I have seen and what I believe I can still live. But we have to think about it. Security is another problem. security is not only a problem in computers. It is security is a problem in every element we know, we are aware of. Everything is going to change. 10 years ago, in this same country, in a scenario like this one, I said, what we are expecting is at the end of jobs. When there was a psychiatrist waiting for me at the end of the presentation. I do not know if the psychiatrist is here. How am I going to be taking care of all the patients who are going to be jobless? This is unavoidable. For that, if you think about it, there are several models, thinking models. This is the best thing that could happen. If we're going to be jobless, what are we going to be doing for living? And it has nothing to do with regulators, and it has nothing to do with legislators. It is the number one. And I don't see presidents or kings or prime ministers, someone who has the idea that this is going to happen. It is not that it is not possible economically, because in this world there is money in excess. They need to do a new world economy, and they do a new social model, because humans, at least the ones here, we are not used to not work. We have to also believe what we are going to be doing in our lives if we do not work without a job, because my theory is that work will never end. If I am a team, if I am a person who works in with wood, I don't think there's going to be no work. We will not have jobs. We will have the possibility to work. So I believe we need to forget about some things, but the number ones who have to think about this future are not worried, because there is a problem with time. With for example, if people are told there will be no jobs, that person, I'm sure, it is not 100 years. It is not something that will happen in 100 years. If we see this speed in 30 years, this is when the problem starts. Are you recording this? Good. Here you have it, free time. There is a country in the world, Finland, that today has an unemployment system that is so different. All people, any age, can say, I will retire, and they will be paid so that they can be retirees. And they know more about the topic, and they have other social policies. I do not know, but it does exist. If governments want the society to live well, there are elements to live well. But if I have a factory, for example, with 20,000 employees, if I robotize it, and if I have 100 to clean the floor, I am not certain they're going to be owners of the company, taking all the money and saving, and to invest and to pay their employees so that they can live well. It should be it has to do with a policy. It is not a normal practice, and this is one of my concerns. Do you have questions about this? I apologize if I am bothering you. There's one there. Thanks for this presentation. I apologize, but the interpreter doesn't understand Portuguese.
Agradecer a ustedes, a Olga e a Adriana pela organização do South School of Internet of Governance. Estou muito encantada com toda a programação. Acredito que encerraste com... Temos uma expressão em Brasil que se chama chave de ouro, como llaves de ouro, ou golden kings. Well, e a pergunta é...
Aléjate un poquito del micrófono.
Acá?
Ahí.
Sí, pero gracias. Minha pergunta é como temos grande desafio no mundo que é o equilíbrio ambiental. Eu sou muito encantada com todo o desenvolvimento em tecnologia, mas também sou muito preocupada com o equilíbrio da humanidade, como eu digo. Temos que desenvolver as tecnologias, mas a tecnologia é a transformação da matéria natural em outros melhores processos, não? E para que vivemos como uma humanidade desenvolvida e equilibrada, precisamos ter ar, água e outros equilíbrios. E minha pergunta a vocês é: como podemos equilibrar melhor o desenvolvimento da tecnologia na governança, pensando também nos recursos? Penso que é algo muito significativo para a América Latina, pero que acá, em Brasil, em Peru, e toda a América Latina, equilíbrio, temos ainda muito a que explorar na natureza. Eu penso que é desafio que ainda não enfrentamos com a sensibilidade que é necessário. Estou muito curiosa para saber tua opinião. Gracias.
Yo creo que lo principal es mantener la mente abierta.
We need to have an open mind. Do not accept all the things that happen, but to think how many ways to what is happening, because no one knows the future. I love to speak about the future, but I am not a guru. It can happen. Things could happen. Things will not necessarily happen. I try to understand what happens. Whether or not I like it, there is something else. If it is convenient, that is another problem, but to at least clearly tell that that possibility exists. And what would I do? You need to look for your own solutions to the problems. And even if you do not produce problems, those problems will come. And I believe this is one way to see it. I would like to also speak about the environment. To me, this is a very important topic. In one of the schools in Buenos Aires, people from the Politécnico de Madrid presented a Facebook finance study 4 years ago. And one wish is that for all human beings to be connected to internet. And we just listen to statistics, and we have been told that 40% or 30-something%, and obviously the thing is that they are not connected. And if we all get connected, there's going to be such a terrible global warming that we will all be dying. And if you see the energy required by the search in ChatGPT, this is a concern. The environment is a big concern to me, mainly because of the generations to come, but I also see that. And this is an objective comment. I will not make this subject comment, but we have denial-based leaders. I will not say more, but I think this is what you just said. Leaders and those who are decision makers, global leaders, where the environment is not one of the concerns. Elon Musk said he wants to have children, but why do people do not want to have children? It is difficult to be able to work, to have a house. He's a millionaire. He has 8, 10, or 20 children. That's good. But he is a very wealthy man. Why is it that young people do not want to take this responsibility? It is not that they do not like the idea, but they think it is complex, it is difficult. And sometimes I believe these policies of having more children, which is okay, if people participate in the future, it should be a way to also have social policies. There and here, there and here. Thanks so much for this information. Very interesting information. Thanks for your time. I am 22 years old, and it is true that for some years I've been using this technology. I want to know, what do you think and how to be at the vanguard of technology so that AI doesn't eat us. We need to know how to use it. Mainly, look, you have tools that can be used, such as the chat. There are many. I believe there are 20, if I remember well. And there are some specific ones, and there are other general ones. But the problem you have is that you have to listen and you have to think, because it is not God's word. It's a chat. It is a computer, but it can help. And sometimes it can give you things which are not logic, and errors are made. And this is your assignment. This and you have to resolve this. And today we have access to practically all the information. And of course, you have to manage the information. But what I would like to know is something you can know. There are not many barriers for that. The other thing is all over information every day. There are thousands of news you have to define. If those are true or not, this is another problem, because maybe everything is great in the news, but when you then dig in, it's very difficult. And this is why today the work of analyzing is complex. You need to have more questions than certainties. But the information is there, and you can use it, and you can it can help you grow in whatever you decide to do. Great. Thanks so much. Hi, Oscar. I am Guiado Cruz. I haven't asked many questions. This is the first and the last. This afternoon, you are making me think about a problem which is a scaling and proportion problem. It is not commonly discussed in technical technological terms, and I think, how can we make a redistribution of the technology we have so that we all have access beyond the gap? What do you think about decentralization of technology, for example? These are topics that come to my mind when I listen to you, when we speak about supercomputers, and when we speak about quantum computing. Thanks. When you speak about decentralization, what do you mean by that? Well, is there a possibility to decentralize beyond technological latifundio, if people can develop their own technologies at a small scale? This is what I mean. Look, opportunities are there, I believe, which is what you say, but it is not easy. But there is a problem that I wouldn't know how to resolve, how to solve. Sometimes I spoke about teletransport, and it seemed to be interesting, and surely tonight no one will remember this. And I can tell you for sure that you better remember that. Better remember that, because the number of labs, universities, study centers, scientists, individual scientists, those who are working in all those subject matters is so much that what we think is the future, the faraway future, is not the far future. And what you say is there, that is already decentralized. Because on the other hand, research is a business as well. I discover something, and if I discover something, that could be good business. So it's complex because we have my theory of the parallel thought or thinking process. I believe lots of people across the planet think the same about one topic, and then you're going to ask, why do they think the same? Because we all receive the same information. So if there is an idea about something technological that doesn't come to my mind, but if I read it, and I will read it in Russian, in Afghan, in English, all people, and the first one to come, and then the patent, God, and we will all say someone else copied us, and this is how it works. There we have tacos. I believe it is an important moment to express our gratitude. Let's give him a round of applause. He's our mentor, and let's give a round of applause to our technical people. I've told them we have organized many of these events, and I would say they are the best team. The quality and the professionalism of your work. Gracias. I was a round of applause to Lucas. He helped us with all the chats, with all the virtual questions. Where is our photographer? A round of applause to Federico, for the cameraman. They've been suffering with me. An applause to the interns. Bianca. And sometimes we get nervous by this. And I also would like to really thank the Tecnológico de Monterrey for offering this fantastic venue. Me, as always, I have this sensation of an empty nest. I lose you, but I do not lose you. I will include you in my network. Be friends, get married. Let's be together. We never know. It has happened, go on vacations and help each other. It was not the original idea. The best result is to do networking. This is not the original idea behind this school, but this is what happens on my behalf. Thanks for your participation. This is the third time we do the South School of Internet Governance in Mexico. Two previous times, 2011, 2019, with the support of MX, Julio César, and Cañete, and the Ministry of Economy. And we're very, very happy. It's been 17 years, and it is amazing to see the number of things we have done. The networking with the faculty members and with the interns. And many of the presenters became tutors that will help many students. Thanks so much for your participation. And from the professional perspective, I hope this is useful to you. And in personal, it is helping us to think about the future that is yet to come with the internet, and to do it in a positive way. And let's use this, because it will help us to think what is yet to come and to see how we can work every day. I forgot someone, and I apologize. I would like to express my gratitude to the virtual interns. I would like to thank virtual interns and Ahmed. He was not given his visa. He is the one with the platform of the university, also the University of Mendoza, that is offering this platform to do all the pre-work and the post-work, and to maybe take this diploma course and to do some research work. Oscar, he was the one who put us when it was the initial idea in 2005, 2006, when we started to think about this idea. We needed an institution to be with us, and he has always helped, and we're here. It is because of him. We always express our gratitude to you for trusting us. Taco time.